this is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And, you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of, it's, you know, it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you. And clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one. Or
cosmic resonance, that's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. And just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention, it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because the change is too difficult? Wake up.
Hello, beautiful people. Thank you for joining in with us and one of my most favorite people in the world, Campbell with Autodidactic. And yeah, we're just doing a quick short one, a little update on some cryptos that me and Campbell have been doing, as well as the ridiculous amount of streaming that our good friend has been a part of. And I saw what you were doing with Odin's Alchemy earlier today, and that is another great alchemy channel that I suggest everyone check out if you haven't already. Oh, Campbell, you're muted, my friend.
Hello, I'm back. Hello, everyone. Yeah, that was fun. I just had a chat with Odin's Alchemy, and that's on the Telegram channel. So go check that out. Otherwise, is that the channel? What's the channel called? It's his actual name. It's
Brendan
Balderson.
Balderson. Yeah, Brendan Balderson.
Balderson.
Yeah, okay, right? Yeah.
Brendan Balderson. Yeah. And yeah, absolutely. I've also been on Syncretism Society. That's all I can remember. I think I've been on more, but I have no idea.
Oh, you've definitely been on more. And some of the past good ones that you've done that people should check out was you did the one with the family in Australia that have been doing the Egyptian glyphs there, and also David Icke's interview that you did. for some other good references. And then quite often we're going to have Michelle back again right away. And that was a beautiful compilation that you made me that I played at the intro with Yumi and Michelle Gibson in it. And that will be uploaded again soon. We're doing a bunch of shorts that we can play on multiple different platforms here. And Campbell is just one of the best video creators I have ever met, and I'm blessed to have you on the team.
Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah. So that's what we're doing. You know, we're trying to get this information out to bigger audiences now. So obviously share this around. But yeah, we're sort of starting to crack. We've done Leak Project. What else? We've done Odin. So we're starting to. I've done Mark Atwood. We've done stuff with JCK on the Tartaria Australia. So we're starting to break out slowly into different niches in YouTube, if you know what I mean. And once we do that, this is just going to explode.
As well as I myself am doing with a lot with Alien Scientist team and their Falcon Space / Join the Technicians. Their whole group is quite entertaining, and even more so with Mike at Faraday Research, and he is just one awesome mind. That
Mike is
Mike,
just a genius,
like literally
man.
every day he's texting me like, I made another breakthrough. It's like 2xing, 3xing the energy output of his system, where it's like soon it's going to be like, oh, power your whole home. No, power the whole neighborhood. Like it's just just
it is
more and more people coming and joining the team. And also APEC as well, Alternative Propulsion Energy Conference every 2 weeks. And it's just, there's so many different platforms and people and communities now coming together, sharing and discussing ideas, and it's leading to amazing breakthroughs and tearing down the old dogmas. And it couldn't be better.
Exactly, and it's all happening. It's the time for it. All the truth is coming out. It's, you know, the apocalypse. And I've just posted 4 times in chat the link for Faraday Research. So get over there, guys. Give him a subscribe and a like and support, because I don't think he's even got 1,000 subs yet. And the work he's doing is just incredible.
By Christmas. So
yeah, definitely by Christmas. I was thinking by tomorrow.
Right? Exactly.
So yeah, definitely get over there
to input his reality. Don't hate, just share the knowledge.
Don't hate, yeah. And this is another thing, because I was listening to Ken yesterday, Ken Wheeler, and he was saying the same thing. He was sort of Epiphasis. Oh, gosh, that bloody name. But he was the same thing. So I want to talk to them, because the way that they look at the energy and the way that they look at the circuits is that they think it needs to be a ball, but there's got to be something.
It's a torus.
Yeah, wrong. I don't know.
So, well, it depends on the dimension, right? And like I say, there's no other way except for everything existing simultaneously, and it's just what perception of dimension you're looking at. And the 1D is your disk flat plane. It's like the cross section. It's a disk cross section of the overall torus. And it's like a page of a book. The moment of time, like, that has all of that information from that localized perspective written down in that disk of section of time. And then it's like you go into yourself, into that 1D, to connect to the whole torus, the whole universe, the conscious collective consciousness and whatnot, all of space-time. Or you go up through the rod of polarization, your 2D, and then up into the 3-dimensional sphere that is the materialism side of things. And that's why the people that are globalists can't like relate to themselves or go into the overall universe because they're only seeing things from the material side of things. And then you go into the plasma, the 4D quantum consciousness, four-dimensional consciousness, so consciousness over all of time, connecting into the bigger space-time. And then the 5D being the ether itself, the fabric of the higher dimensions folding into themselves. And then I believe the sixth dimension being the crystal state. That's why you're able to freeze light in it. It's also back into like the solid sort of state, and why you hear all these metaphysical people talking about your light beings, the 560 crystalline beings. Take of it what you will. That's my own personal experience. And
so there you go, guys. Take that. All
enough
right, who we got here?
boys.
Amanda, hello. Sean, Project Chani, Skate Pack. Brian, how you going? Aaron, AAPI. Bex, all right. Thank you all for joining us. And yeah, so as we know, BurnEye is the rogue live streamer who likes to do streams for like days on end. And so of course he's had an idea. And of course it's how do we have a live for a couple of days? Wouldn't you know? So yeah, we're playing with an idea. We're thinking of doing a 48-hour live stream where we get a lot of different channels involved. And we'll be doing things like free energy, alchemy, history, all these different things, and basically run it for 2 days. So what do you think about that? It'll be like they used to have them. I remember back in the 80s, they used to have. Did you used to have like telethons?
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Back in the day, and they'd go for all weekend, and you'd sit down and watch telly all weekend.
Live streaming, stream in, voice video in, live stream marathons where we are all
we're going to need a good name. The Alchemy Electro History Athon.
Crypto marathon. Have the crypto at the end. But it's like, because crypto's running 24 hours a day. It's like, through the 48 hours, might as well have a few updates on it and show what sort of profit can be made. Not financial advice, but we will show the sort of profit that can be made over a 48-hour weekend. Or inversely, how you could lose your life savings in 48 hours if you're not playing it safe.
All right. Well. Let's do that. We can start the whole thing. And we'll put some trades down, and then we can sort of come back and check every 4 hours, and at the end we can see what we've made.
100%.
That'd be fun.
Great ideas coming together. And another thing we'll do and start out is at the beginning of it, I'll create another account of staking and liquidity farming, and then we'll leave it for the 48 hours and go back at the end of it and harvest and show how much you earn in interest just over the 2 days time, because it will surprise you.
Exactly.
And that's
a big thing that a lot of people don't know about, is you can literally earn interest, like free money on these coins.
And it's like nobody knows about it yet. So there's these insane APR, APY yield interest because the pools haven't got to the max size yet. That literally on Wagyu Swap, the next one I'll show you, it's got some that are at 1,500% interest just because the pools are small still. And some of the ones that I'm in, the average ones are between 250% to 500% interest. And that's, you're also pairing your crypto with these stable coin cryptos, so that if there is a giant market crash, your portfolio only goes down by 25% compared to the overall market. And you're making the insane interest off of it all. So it's like, you're reducing your own volatility while increasing exponential gains, and that's what makes this crypto
mad. I mean, remember banks? I mean, do banks even give interest anymore? I don't think they do, but when they did, it was like 5%.
Right.
And when you look through this chart of what they're paying, literally, you see something at 100%, and you're like, oh, that's a bit low. That's only 100%.
Callum,
It's ridiculous.
The whole point of tonight was to get you on at the end so we could discuss. Callum will also be a part of the 48-hour stream because, well, every stream of Wizards needs the White Wizard to take over for part of it. Sorry to interrupt.
Callum Wizard's son, I think. See, this is the thing. He's changed his name. It's actually Wizard's son, not Wilkinson. So yeah, we'll be getting Callum on. And guys, if you've got any suggestions of any channels or people that you think would be good, because we're going to have to chunk it up to sort of, you know, we've got a few that like APEC goes for 8 hours, but most people are, you know, 3-4 hours. That, you know, it's pretty taxing. So we're going to need quite a few people to sort of jump in.
It's like I can do the 48 hours straight, but I lose my voice for 2 weeks afterwards. And well,
just do what you did the first time, right? You just stream for 20 hours and then you sleep for the next 28.
Right, and that's why Callum and David will be taking over for those 6 hours, and then they'll hit a foghorn, and then it'll wake me up, and I'll get back on. Right?
Exactly. So yeah, let us know, guys. And yeah, we're going to do an and what should we call it? The Wakeathon.
Back to cool the history with Campbell and Brad.
Tartathon.
Autodidactic.
What was that?
Back to
you can just put up a live view of my living room and as it goes on. That was so funny watching that stream. I remember going in and you'd been asleep for like 8 hours and there was like 20 people watching you. And I'm like, what are you people doing? And they're like, we're watching BurnEye. I'm like, but what's happening? And someone goes, well, the dog walked past about 10 minutes ago. Like, are you serious?
Well, see, a part of it, we'll do an experimental in consciousness on meditating, and we'll see that if we can get enough people focused in, if you can come join me in dreamland and wake me up that way.
Wow. Yeah, we could do. We could do some interesting things, really, couldn't we? We could get some remote viewers on.
Then I'm going to compete with David Wilcox on being the reincarnation of Edgar Casey.
Edgar Casey.
I'm just on stream sleeping. You guys are pulling things out from the meditative state consciousness. Oh, God. One day.
Lots of people did, yeah, definitely, Casey. All right, who else? Aaron, hello, Judy, Alexander.
Campbell, do you want to bring up the YouTube channel of Ben Balderson there too, so we can show off just quickly. Ben
Balderson, I think.
Show the clip of the interview you did with him earlier today, which, like I said, was just half joking about the sleeping, meditating, dreamland interactions. It's funny how it works because I was literally asleep for the last 16 hours, only to like suddenly wake up and then go on my phone, and it was like Ben Balderson, Campbell going live. Literally, like I woke up and your live just started. And it's like I'd been thinking over like the last week a couple of times, like, man, I really need to check out Odin's Alchemy. Like, I've been hearing a lot. I'm just so busy. And then it's like, oh, here's the perfect opportunity. And bam, there you guys are. And just great.
Yeah, there you go. Synchronicity. Where am I, though? I can't find it. Did they have Amanda Vollmer on? Nice. Marty Leeds. Where's me? Where's me? Hang on. I think I've got it. Hang on. I've got it here.
Live section or under like the click on the video link, and then it might be the first or second one.
All right. Cool. Hang on. All right. This must be viewing excellence. This keeping people on the edge of their seats. All right, so where are we? Oh gosh, now I've lost StreamYard.
Oh, what? Oh, you're still
Oh,
here?
there you are.
Oh,
Okay. I've got too many
Lisa,
screens up.
what's beyond the joke, Lisa?
Share screen.
And while you're getting that ready, on the bottom screen, everybody can see. Oh, we got it.
Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Oh gosh, what am I doing? We've got that one. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong screen. Hang on. That's the wrong. God. I do actually know what I'm doing. Okay. All right, thanks for sticking with us, guys. I'm getting there. I am a tech wizard. This one. All right, here we go. So this is episode 11, Odin's Alchemy, with Campbell from Autodidactic.
And on top of this mountain was a beautiful fountain, and beside it the tree of life.
Yeehaw!
I fell down on my knees at the foot of this mountain, cried out, Odin, what must I do?
Yeehaw! That's just too good to fast forward.
I want to go grab my banjo and play along. I love that.
I know, right? I want to start tapping, slapping my knees. Here we go. Here's the guitar player himself. Oh, come on. Play for me. Come on. What are you doing? Man, my internet has been shocking lately. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, God. All right, so I might just leave that to buffer a little bit. So yeah, interview. And another thing we were toying around with, because I was making a few shorts because I've got all these videos from the last, going on to 3 years now. And all my old videos, they're like only got some of them don't even have 1,000 views. So we've been making shorts. But what we thought, well, what Bernie thought was we could do reactions, like so we might during our marathon bring up some of the old videos and just watch them, and because now we're sort of 2 years further on into the research and we have different perspectives. So yeah, that's another idea. So let us know if you think that's good.
Exactly,
we'll bring some old
right?
stuff up, check it out.
There's so many hidden gems of the work that you've done. That it's like,
I'd be interested because
so much
I've forgotten
right?
half the stuff I've done. It's just
exactly. Okay, I will. I'm gonna play another one of those little shorts that
he doesn't want to play for us.
Okay,
he doesn't want to play, but
check out Ben Baldwin.
Go check that out.
Alchemy.
I'll whack
next level.
So I'm going to put that in the chat link, guys. So go check that out. Hopefully your internet works better than mine.
Here, I'm gonna.
Can you guys hear me all right? I'm not breaking up, am I?
Yeah.
Because my internet's.
We can hear you perfectly.
That's all good.
Absolutely. Cool. I'm gonna play the short that you made with us and Mike discussing Aether and free energy.
All right.
Or am I?
Yeah, DC is more of a brute force type electricity, right? That's why it's has its inefficiencies. Like it's good for small, electronics.
It used to, but your pulse motor is the exact opposite, where it's like the most efficient.
Yeah.
So is the pulse motor a DC motor?
It's a DC motor, yes.
Can you make it louder, Ben?
You got it set up properly. You can, you pulse it into that frequency of AC, And it's like I can run my pulse motor. I've had it as low as 120 milliamps, or 120 milliamps of power. That's like nothing. And I can get high voltage back EMF off it about 160 to 170 volts, right? So
pulsing it up. Sort of,
like when you get the back EMF coming off the coil, you're going to get these huge spikes. And when you get it right at the right frequency and the right resistance, you can get 160 volt spikes coming back, and that's what you capture. And when you capture it, you dump it into a battery or dump it into a capacitor, and then utilize it for whatever you want to do, right? But as far as like efficiency wise, a pulse DC pulse motor is probably the most efficient motor you'll ever see. So as far as like the pulse motor is concerned, where everybody goes wrong with a pulse motor is they're not using a spark gap switch. Okay, and the spark gap switch, if you're utilizing it properly, it basically negates the Lenz's law. Okay,
so what I believe that is right. It's you have that whole circuit in resonance with itself, or very close to resonance, and then the spark.
Oh, we lost it. Amanda says that walruses get huge. So there you go. Someone asked me, Bex, autodidactic, your PP. What's a PP? What's a PP? Is it Tartaria Kelly? Is she my
private something maybe, or maybe on
what's PP mean, Bex? Oh, puppy on prow. Is Callum onto it? No, she's not my puppy on the prow. I would not.
PayPal, your PayPal, because I messed up and I need to on the next one that we do, because you change it after the stream, but now there's an option that I can put your info in for the video on yours, where I was doing like where putting like my PayPal and stuff, like because I'm streaming to my Facebook and my Twitter and my YouTubes as well, so that I can now on the next one I'll be able to enter your PayPal, your crypto info stuff on the descriptions that'll come up live on the stream instead of having mine.
Yeah.
We were having that problem before, like one time when you hosted it, someone was on my channel trying to donate what to you. And
that's actually how we got here, though, isn't it? That's how we got into crypto.
Yes,
that was absolutely. A bit of a mistake,
right? Yeah.
By some amazing, beautiful person out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
random dude, if you are listening,
Bex, no, my PayPal is not Kelly, Tartaria Kelly. I didn't know she had a PayPal. That would be Kelly. Kel,
maybe
the swearing bear.
The same happened there too.
Yeah. And we're doing, what are we doing this week? Friday, we're talking to someone, Kel and I. We're talking to Medina. She's funky, but not cold. And we're still trying to get Martin on. He's hard to get hold of, but he said yes. And then we're actually going to do like a shorter one, just Kel and me. And we're going to touch on, obviously there's this big theme of Australia, Central Australia, and the originals. And yeah, we're going to touch on what's actually going on in Australia, because that's where the real tragedy is happening, is with the originals. There's so much happening out there that's just been hidden from us and not, it's just, not being publicized what they're doing.
Ongoing. The genocide of their
disgraceful.
Culture, especially. Same thing in Canada.
It is. And, it's the originals everywhere that they're going after. It's the knowledge and the connection.
The esoteric knowledge. And I was talking to a Sioux wisdom keeper shaman here, and it's that his theory was that the indigenous, they have what is called quantum blood, and that it connects their consciousness here into the multi-dimensional dream realm. And that would be why, like, for instance, the Australian Aborigines are, it's like they're simultaneously living two experiences at once, where they're both in this realm as well as the spiritual realm at once simultaneously.
Yeah.
And that's why they're
The
so much
dreaming.
more connected into nature and everything else, is they're in the dream world, like actually consciously, physically, as well as just like the subconscious.
Exactly. So we need to bring that to light, and we're going to look at ways that we can, start helping a bit more, supporting, these people, because we know the story. They're all, and they're all sort of, downtrodden and made to live in poverty, basically. And they have their alcohol and everything basically trucked into
abused,
societies.
Right? That's why they're so suppressed and abused, is to create the trauma, and then the trauma cycle continues in their individual lives, and then they're disconnecting their own consciousnesses from their spiritual existence. And
Exactly. So we don't want to focus on the bad stuff, but we definitely need to do something there. I'm thinking we might even open up like one of those, I think, is it called Pay Me, or no, Buy Me a Coffee? Where people can donate, but you can also sell like art and t-shirts and different things on there.
Yes, that's what I was just about to suggest.
Yeah,
and what I need to do more
get some
of
original artwork, and we can put it on stuff and get it out there and start supporting them. And so definitely need to do that.
I don't know how something that is digital can have a stench to it, but to each their own.
I think people get caught up on the crypt. I think
They
equate it to dead people.
As soon as these games go live of crypto chicks, where it's like this, and the Gene one where they're like literally innocent, like games for like children, where they're just like playing virtual farm or whatever, you'll be able to see how it's decent, because your kids are getting same entertainment. Instead of paying money, they're making money. So why not? Not that I'm endorsing the addiction to video games. Everything needs balance in your reality and your life, and everything will become toxic if you don't have balance and you go to the extremist side of things.
Yeah, it's all choice. But I mean, what's going to happen is these games are going to start changing anyway. They're going to start becoming more educational, especially for kids. It's going to literally, instead of going to school, you'll just play a game for a few hours and it'll teach you how to make a garden and plant some things, and then you'll go out and actually do it.
The play to earn crypto game that teaches you another language. That's the one I'm going to play.
And I mean, it's all just, it's all fake. Let's not forget that. Right? It's all just perceived value, right? Just like fiat currency. The difference is fiat currency is perceived value at debt, because when it's created, it's already got a debt interest basically put against it. So it can only devalue, even if we really think it's worth more, it's still not. That's why things keep getting more expensive. All right, they try and say, "No, things are. You're getting paid more. You're getting paid more." They just neglect to tell you that everything is more expensive.
Big difference. That is the difference. You nailed it. That fiat is off of debt, where crypto is actually off of the real value of, or like what it is, sort of thing. Thus, that wealth can only go up as fiat can only go down. As for the big EMP and goodbye crypto, big EMP and goodbye 2/3 of society, and like your crypto is going to be the least of your worries. Oh God, if that happens, it's already Armageddon, and what good is any money? That's the argument.
Fiat currencies all based on trading us. right? Trading us as persons and trading our energy and our man or woman power. That's where the basis of fiat currency comes from. So it's enslaving money, and it's going to crash anyway. I mean, look what they're doing in America. They've pretty much halved everyone's bank accounts. And this is the other thing, right? The government can just go and print $100 trillion, right? And your savings in the bank, as soon as they do that, will be worth half of what it was. This is the thing. So we've said this before, but everyone says, "Oh, crypto's bad." And crypto's just a thing. Like I said, it doesn't exist. It's perceived. It's only perceived, but it's definitely better than what we got because it's not manipulable. There's no Fed involved. There's no, they can't just go out and print more crypto. It has to all be done for liquidity. Is that right? So they have to basically hit certain numbers. They can't just make more.
You got it. It's written into the algorithm, into the programming of it, that it's impossible for there to be more created when you're in the right crypto. But you have to know which crypto you're going into that has that deflationary as opposed to inflationary value. But another, like the best example I can give to people is if they've seen Wolf of Wall Street, and it's like there's those pink slip stocks. And it's like, what? We get 50% of what we sell? And it's like, yeah, that's what's written into it. The broker gets 50%. And it's like, that's 50% of the wealth of any investor's wealth getting chopped in half off the get-go. So you lose 50% of what you just put in of your savings. And that's the big scam of the old system, that now it's like, instead of that, it's like, oh, off the get-go, you now have 100% of your wealth that you put in, and you're going to retain that 100% instead of also your broker, your advisor, your whatever the heck, plus the bank, plus the fees, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then it's like the zeros of what you're gaining are putting in front of the one, where crypto, now the zeros you're gaining are going behind the one. And that's literally the actual mathematics of the economics that explains why you get exponential gains over time in crypto. If you know what you're doing. Don't just
that's why they call brokers.
Don't just listen to me. Don't just listen to a Campbell. Don't just listen to the moon. Don't just listen to CNN. Do your own research. Find something that appeals to you. And for a lot of humanitarians, I'd look into ADA, Cardano, Charles Hoskinson, and half of the stake pools and different programs and stuff in Cardano are all actual projects on the ground happening right now in Africa. The largest economic infrastructure program in all of Africa right now is Cardano, and how they are literally changing the finances of an entire continent, giving the power of the economic wealth back to the people, out of the old dictators, out of the pawns of the West. And it is revolutionizing that entire continent. And do your research so you can actually save your money, make some retirement money, and simultaneously be sponsoring different charities that you can see on the ground the actual developments, as opposed to 97% of it going to buy Bibles to be shoved down some poor starving person's throat.
Yeah, save the children. This is the thing, like brokers just it's in the name, right? They're there to make you a broker. It's everything with the old system. We talk a lot about it with free electricity, how the electricity we've got at the moment just leaks, right? It leaks radiation. So we literally get 10% of, to use 10% of what goes in at the start, because the rest just gets lost. Same with the financial system. Why do you think brokers drive around in Ferraris, right? We know that these people, it's a way to make a lot of money fast. Where do you think that money comes from? It comes out of your pocket is where it comes from. And so it's like, and there's like Bernie said, there's a whole industry behind it. So with crypto or, different, and it can be anything, guys. It could be gold and silver if that's your thing, or different But if you're trading it yourself
Exactly.
on the computer and you're just click, 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 you're not paying anyone. You're not losing that money. So these are things that, we need to think about is how much do you lose in transactions and who's taking money? And, it's time that we keep 100% of what is ours. We're so used to being robbed that we think it's normal.
Right?
There's people out there who will yell at you if you tell them that tax is illegal. They'll literally argue with you that they should be giving half their money to the government.
I know. To fund the wars, right? To fund the genocide.
To fund the wars, yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, and then the underground tunnels.
Right?
It's,
I know. It's just a baseball.
It's a new world, so definitely look into it. But understand there's so much, crap involved with this as well, which is also a good sign that it's something to get into. If the establishment is yelling and screaming at you to not do something, or they're flooding the information with all this propaganda, different points of views to make it confusing, to me, that's a sign that you should go and do the opposite of what they're telling you. If they say it's bad, go and do it, right? We know this. Everything's backwards, everything's inverted and upside down. So, yeah, if they say it's bad, go and do it. That's my advice. And don't listen to Elon Musk or buy coins off that Jake guy. What's his name? Jake bloody... that YouTuber who did the boxing match tried to launch a coin and made it a charity coin or something.
Oh, and it was a giant scam. I don't know the name.
Yeah, it was a giant scam. It was a massive scam.
I heard about it a little bit.
And a lot of people are doing that. YouTubers, with big audiences, like 1 million, that they're trying to create coins and launch them, and there's nothing to these coins, but they're just going to scam all their followers into buying it, and they think if they do that, that'll give this coin some kind of value, but it doesn't. It just means you've got all these people holding coins and they don't know what it is or what to do with it, so it just sits there. So yeah, there you go. All right, so yeah, we're just going to do a quickie. God, we've gone 40 minutes already, Bernie.
Right.
So guys, yeah, leave us comments below. What should we call our 48-hour
dream stream? A dream stream.
A dream stream. Awakenathon. Jake Paul, that's his name. Jake Paul. Thank you. Yeah, he's the scammer.
Right.
Yeah, so let us know.
Did he at least get beat up in
what
his
should we call it?
match?
He fought Floyd Mayweather.
Oh,
this dude who's completely undefeated, like literally undefeated, and I think he's like 45 now. And he just sort of danced around him and just punched him in the head every few minutes, and it was an exhibition match, but Jake Paul, there's no way he would have. Yeah, he's just an idiot. Sean says Jake Paul and Squid Game stocks. Yay, Squid Game. So yeah, and all this, like Dogecoin and Elon Musk and that. Just remember, if something's hyped up and everyone's jumping on board, probably time to jump off. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we know who Elon Musk is, right? That dude is just.
Although I don't get it. Thanks to SpaceX, it's having me question the globe Earth a little bit more due to the fact that his rockets only go straight up, pause for a second, and then come back down. And those are the only launches that are filmed all the way through. So it's like, why aren't they showing beyond that on all the other launches? Because they can clearly show a rocket going all the way up, but they can't show it starting to orbit. Like it. Who really knows?
Yeah, I always wonder who's filming it though. Like, how are they filming that stuff? Because you see the rocket going up, and you get different camera angles.
Oh, they actually have one like continuous camera with like a super big zoom, and it just like zooms in on it. It doesn't.
Okay, I haven't seen that. I'll check it out. I just like how they land upright. Autothon, there we go. The Autothon, I agree, 17. Joy, right? It should all be about.
I was half thinking being autodidactic, because I literally steal your channel and am messaging as autodidactic. So It could be the 48-hour being autodidactic, where we are all
Being
autodidactic.
autodidactic, yeah, and that's what it is, right? Because it just means to be self-educated. So if you're out there learning
Why
stuff,
am
then
I
it's
just Leon?
it's an
Sorry, Jesus, I'm stealing your
autodidactic-a-thon.
thunder. No, we need Campbell. The autodidactic is the star of the show. And for Bert and Ernie there, between Bert and Ernie, there's all this like black goopy stuff that you can kind of see somewhat floating there. I'll put up I'll move the
Yep.
camera around right now so you can see. But it was just a nano-coated copper coil, and now it's grown these masses of black carbon. So transmutate. This is direct evidence of transmutation. Once I get this stuff tested, because I'm pretty sure it is carbon, and that's another channel, Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, and Bob Green is who runs it. I've been talking to him lots. He's like a 30-year long professor of physics and sciences, but he doesn't go with the mainstream. Thus, he's been censored a lot. But he tells the truth, and he is laying the groundwork in the academic community for all of my cold fusion discoveries to then be brought forward and be respected and understood. But so I'm going to have him on. He's going on APEC, and then I'm going to have him on a stream as well, discussing each other's work. But they've got actual evidence where they've taken this black stuff and put it through the God, I can never say that word, through the machine that proves that it is carbon. So I've got labs now.
Spectrometer or whatever.
Yeah, the spectrometer, mass spectrometer, spectrophysics. You can see, there you go. Can't say it, but it is. I've got 2 different labs in the States now that are going to test some of my nanomaterials. So I will be harvesting this one. I'll show you guys right now. Just having it plugged in for 1 day, how much it's grown and transmuted out of nowhere. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so you're on the cutting edge, guys. Like literally, Bernie just said he's working with people who are literally going to these academics, apparently, right? These educated people, and telling them they're wrong and they need to get up to speed, because they don't understand any of this stuff, because they don't believe in the ether, in the fifth element. But this stuff that's just appearing out of the ether, because that's why he needs to test it, because whatever that's made up, if they can prove that those chemical elements weren't a part of the original experiment, then that proves that this stuff is just manifested out of the fifth element, out of the ether. So, and when I was talking with Odin's Alchemy, we had a discussion about, is the Earth what we're looking at right there, an enclosed electrolysis system with the sun as the cathode, the moon as the anode, and all this stuff that's building up that we're looking at? If we're in an enclosed system the same, is it building up stuff out of the ether? And could that stuff be mud? Right, could this be a cause for the mud flood, is what I'm saying. So we'll try and get Benjamin on so we can get into that a bit more on our 48-hour auto alchemy electro-a-thon
Stream.
Manifests in the scale of bubble.
Autodidactic dream stream. And
yes, that sounds.
If you look at the bottom left of the bottom screen there, that giant black chunk that is literally frozen in place, like it's electrogravitic buoyancy, not bubbles floating sort of buoyancy. It's actually the cutting edge of understanding what gravity is, and that the modern academic thoughts don't take into consideration what buoyancy really is, and that in the air state and the plasma state and the water state are a lot different of a material than what they're giving like acknowledge or understanding for, and it has to do with the plasma ether being throughout everything, like interwoven, where they're just like, it's dark black anti-matter anti-space.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so you took all of these equations that were like the understanding for thousands of years that like had everything fully broken down, and you're like, okay, there is no such thing as ether, so we're gonna call it antimatter, and that's what it is. And now there's no progress
It
for
doesn't
150
exist.
years.
I know, right? Isn't science great? It took the knowledge of the past, and
It's
with
not
that,
real
it
science.
proved
It's not
that
real science.
98%
That's
of things don't exist. Yeah, that's all science proves, is that 99% of stuff doesn't exist. That's all, seriously, and that's what it wants us to believe. And that's why it's retarded, because unless you have the fifth element, you can't explain anything, because, you know, it's the major part. It's the energy source of this realm. So we live in a strange time, strange time indeed. So there we go, 5 o'clock. All right, I might have to jump off. So we've done 51 minutes
I'm
of a
going
15-minute stream. So
play,
there you go.
play one of these
I have
shorts.
issues with time.
You do.
Only 54 likes. Oh my God. Come on, guys. Got to hit the like button. Help us and share us out. Help us get up on the YouTube algorithm. Leave us a comment.
Better join right now, and I'm going to continue on a little bit and have.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump off because I've got some other stuff. So if Callum wants to jump on, then and I'll come back in 2 days and see if he's still going. Shall I?
That's on the weekend.
It's going to be going.
Weekend at BurnEye.
This is going to be going for 10 hours. All right. So is it when are we? Yeah. What sort of time frame are we looking for this? 48 hour? Are you looking at this weekend or?
Yes, because this weekend will be Apex, so I will do it. Started on Friday nights with Freaky Fridays, and
Friday the 26th. Okay.
I will create it after this stream, and we will start it off.
Yeah.
You and me, and go from there.
All right. Well, let me know, and because I think I've got 3 or 4 things booked out in that time, so I'll have to tell you when I can't be there. But cool, awesome. No, all right. Well, thank you to everyone. Amazing people.
Not letting you post the link
Lisa,
in the chat. Can you try posting the link quickly before you go, Campbell?
Andrea, can I what?
Try posting the StreamYard link in the chat before you go quickly. Yeah, it's not letting me do it for some reason.
Okay. Bernie.
Oh, he got it. Weird. Maybe it is, but it's just saying it's not. My bad.
I'll just. Oh, there we go. Okay, did that go up?
It sure did.
An error. Oh, yep, StreamYard. Does that one work? Yep.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Love you, Campbell. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm going to play another one of your shorts as you take off.
All right. All right, guys. Enjoy, and I'll talk to you all soon. Bye for now.
Much love, man.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Chat,
Everything
it
that's
says you
about
have to
our
connect
soul,
your
it's all offering
audio
acceptance,
and
isn't
your
it? It's all
video
fear,
to
and if
join
we
the
accept
stream.
it, then we go to their side pretty much, and that's their only tool, really. It's their only weapon.
It's about not living in that lower vibrational mind state of and emotion of the fear, of the hate, of the sadness, and to elevate yourself up to the joy, the happiness, the love, and then being in that fourth or fifth dimensional consciousness where you're then connecting to your soul self, to the Akashic records, and to like the divine and the source consciousness, right? And the collective consciousness. And once you're there, you have the power of the ancestors, you have your guardian angels, you have even your own self, right? And from that is how to tap in and know that there's so much more to the universe, to existence, and to your moment in time.
And I think your work has a lot to do with that, Bernard. And we've talked about some of the philosophers and scientists like Walter Russell, Tesla, Royal Rife, others as well, that their work is still out there, but they've been marginalized and, kind of put under the rug of history. They're there, but they don't get put forward in school or anything like that.
No, and they're put up as quacks, a bit as well, aren't they? That they're not mainstream, so they're, and of course they hide all the evidence, so everyone just thinks, oh, it's just a crazy idea that it never came to anything. But the truth is, most of these people's they created heaps of stuff. That's why they were silenced.
Even in spite of all of that and all of
Well, hello there, Wizard Wilkinson.
Hello. How are we?
Very good, brother. How are you?
Very good. Very good. Always good. I'm happy, Ning. Happy, Ning.
Right. So during Odin's Alchemy, Ben Balderson's stream earlier, they brought up the big red rock in Australia, and you were saying that's your area of the desert.
Well, that's my neck of the desert, right? That's about 500 kilometers away from me.
Okay, so still, that's what I was wondering. So still 500K. So
yeah,
it's on one edge of the desert. You must be on the other sort of situation.
Well, it's big. It's a big desert,
but not one that you can just pedal your bike to.
500 kilometers.
Right, you can't really.
500 kilometers is not that far. Yeah, it's not that far in a desert. It's huge.
Close enough that you can do a camping trip there, though, sort of thing, one weekend, and we can do a mass meditation with you, have some infrared camera going, and see what sort of interstellar, interdimensional connections we can make. If you're down for doing such things, we should. Because what I'm kind of also planning with this 48-hour stream and the mass meditation sort of thing is that I'm hoping you and David can lead the mass meditation, as you guys are a bit better at that states than myself, but that we'll do them 4 times a year on the equinoxes and the solstices.
Yes.
And to also, like, for instance, when you would go to that spot, to priorly contact whatever indigenous group is in that area as well, to see if we can get like a wisdom keeper to come along on it. And then
they're already doing it, by the way.
Exactly, right? And that's what
especially
people
on those days.
Aware of. And it's to incorporate and be that bridge into the between societies and all be on one collective conscious plane. And I'm doing the same over here. And I found out that it's, oh God, I can't think of the name, but there is a 4,500-year-old star calendar, like it's called Canada's Stonehenge. So it's a stone calendar that's been dated 4,500 years, and it's only 75 kilometers from me in Calgary here. So
Nice.
I'm also planning on doing one there, and that each time that we do this, and we'll set up the stream, and like we can do the mass meditation, sort of camp out at these spots, and then have one camera like on the stars and the planets sort of thing, and then capture the heavenly bodies as they rise and actually map them on these ancient star charts, on these ancient sacred sites, so we can start figuring out what the hell the purposes of them are, and start actually being able to harness and use these extra dimensional energies that the occult assholes have been harnessing and suppressing for too many generations, and the esoteric white light wizards have not been able to harness to the full potential. And who better?
Well, you have to be aware first, right? Don't you? You have to actually tap into it yourself. You have to make an effort. Right, yeah. So it's the more people that become aware and then make those efforts together.
Exactly. That is the power of
then we can talk mass. Yeah.
It's like, it's funny because there's all these like inertia and like the weight or gravity, these terms of physics, that it's like, well, you actually apply it to the metaphysical and branch the two, and then you're able to use your spiritual science, self-consciousness, along with the actual real science, and maybe the two communities can finally come together and everybody can make peace with themselves, because too many people are suffering from cognitive dissonance. And whether it's the ones that like too many, especially in the West, are on the material side, but then just as many that are on the like conscious, like spiritual side, they go to the extreme though, and then they lose touch with their reality world. And sadly, a portion of them end up on the streets because they stop caring about anything material. And it's like, that's also no way to live. Like,
it's part of that anger too. Like, what happens after the anger? I mean, you look into things and you go, oh shit, it's not the world that I was told. And so you see a bit of evil and you go, what the hell? So you freak out, you know, but you get angry, but it's that anger is a doing energy, you know, so you have to do something. You have to change it. You have to change that cycle.
You can't remain in that two-dimensional emotional plane of action, or of reaction action, not the conscious thinking. Once you're triggered by that anger, you have to come back, reset yourself, and be like, okay, I'm upset. What can I do about it to better my physical reality? And
transmuting it. Right. It only takes a thought. It only takes a thought too to swap anger into, now I'm excited about doing the solution. You know, as soon as it comes, you're like, oh, boom. You know.
And
but it does take the anger though. You know, that's what I call the righteous anger. I only call it righteous anger when you've done something about it, you know, so it transmuted into something.
Then it is righteous. That's so true.
Then we can call it righteous anger. Yeah, yeah. So it's up to you to make it righteous, right? Yeah.
I had to process that third dimensional plane of acting on your free will, that conscious choice to evolve into that fourth and fifth dimensional consciousness of using your conscious state to connect to your spiritual state to exist multidimensionally. And like a lot of the indigenous do, you know, a lot of the original peoples of the land still do, you know, at fewer numbers, but it's still there, and they're usually the shamans too, the 100%. Ones that guide. Yeah. And that's why there's the ongoing cultural genocide against them, is they traumatize them, which lowers them into the two-dimensional emotional reactive state, and that negative feedback loop of more trauma causing trauma. And it's horrible to see, and it's breaking like the hearts of the still conscious, which there are many of the indigenous communities around, but it's like it's just bleeding them, and it needs to end, and these divisions need to end, and humanity needs to understand that no matter where you are, no matter who you are, we are all one. We all have that spirit of God within us, and it's up to you to use it to create the heaven on earth within your own reality.
That's right. And now you do it now. You're always creating.
Not tomorrow.
So it's being.
It's not tomorrow. It's the now.
Yeah. So it's not something I'm envisioning for the future. It's a feeling of that and incorporating that into the now. And that's manifesting anyway. So, you know, if you line up those emotions with the mind, imagination, and the logic, all those three things, you put all that together, that's manifesting. You know, because then, you know, you've got focus and you've got in focus as well. You've got the all and the one working together, right? Which is the two worlds as well. So when you go metaphysics, it's like just physics alone is only half the equation, you know, so it has to be metaphysics. And that's what they keep doing. It's just, you know, look at one side. We'll just teach you about one side. Yeah, that side's, you know, the other side's just kind of not important. It's foo-foo, right? Exactly. But we're always balancing, so we're always looking for that anyway. I mean, everyone's always looking for truth anyway, because truth is what balances. You know, that's the actual thing, you know, that balances you or sets you right is truth, you know. And that's the thing too. Everyone's got truth. Everyone speaks truth. They speak truth. You know, it's just a matter of perception. And so with your own perceptions, then, you know, you're able to see further. I mean, more perceptions is more pieces to the puzzle. You know, so when you can change your mind to see, oh, I know, I can understand how you think that way as well, that opens your mind up further, right? So you're helping people. You know, it's like giving someone your piece of the puzzle as well. I always think about it. It's like anyone you talk to anyway, you're sort of, it's that communication. It's that too, right? So it's giving and receiving, teaching and learning.
I'm going to let you continue this tangent for a minute because this is critical knowledge that you are dropping right now. But I just quickly go out for a smoke as you triggered me smoking, and I can't smoke inside my house. Time for a lead, and I will come back. And if you could keep the conversation going, and I will do. Should I post another link? See if anyone else wants to join.
It reminds me of a story. I just smoke wherever the hell I want, but it reminds me of a story when I was deputy stage managing in rehearsal rooms. And when I knew it was time for the actors to go out on a break, I would just roll a ciggy and put it behind my ear. Then the director knew, because the director was a smoker too. He's like, "Oh, time for a break then, shall we?" Yep.
That's awesome.
Psychology, right? Didn't have to say a word. Let's make sure. Let's look at the chat. Hello, everyone.
And you know how to look at the comments, right? On the right.
Yeah, I popped it out now. I've worked out how to do it, I think. Every time I jump on, I go through the settings. I make sure it's all good.
I'm turning you into. We're turning you into.
Bloody professional now.
Master extraordinaire. Wilkinson Wizardry.
Should I get my hat? I'll just prove it for everyone, right? Yep. A big point. So if I need to make a point, I always take everything back to health. When I worked out pretty much everything links with health as well, which is our own technology, right? Which is, I think, you know, when I'm looking at anything everything really that we make, it's technology, but the technology is based off us. We are the highest technology. So if you can understand it in yourself, know thyself, you can understand anything you see, anything that is made, anything that is man-made, because you understand nature, our nature. So I see a lot of the tech, I actually overlay the human body because that's what I understand the most. And that's what's given me most sort of understanding with health. When you understand the system correctly, you're understanding the body like nature. When you understand nature fuller, you understand yourself fuller. Then you can, and it's really efficient. That's the beauty of nature. It's extremely efficient. So to do anything, everything's really efficient if you understand the self. And so if you think in viruses and stuff like this, these things put you away from health. But the easiest way to do it is to understand, fear and love first. Anything that makes you fearful is an illusion. You can break it down from there too. When I did research in health and stuff, I always came to the conclusion, that it's not helpful for us. It's got, no benefits for us or whatnot. I came to that conclusion, but I was always aware of it. I was always aware there was something wrong, which is why I needed to check it out. I don't want to, I don't want fear. It's horrible. Not the fear that, there's fear that's natural, which is, in nature, which is really basically a warning. So it's your friend. It's helpful. It stops you from jumping over the cliff or actually, so that it's innate, health and safety, looking after us. We don't need the government for that one. It's just the innate. Fear is a liar. Yeah, so I say fear is the illusion and love is real. Fear is not an all-over, all-encompassing feeling. It may seem like that, but it's not. Love is, everything from the heart, that comes from the heart, is an all-over, full encompassing feeling. No. Such as goosebumps, truth bumps. Yeah, so internal government, you govern your own mind. So a bit of government for everyone, What were they supposed to do? Just make roads and stuff. I don't know why it is what it is. Break through the borders. Well, I'd make an exception and enjoy that beer with you for sure. Yeah, but they're taking people away at the moment in Northern Territory. Who would have thought I'm in the territory that's become the most Nazi, or have started a bit of something. So we'll keep an eye and see how that progresses. So looking at the architecture and stuff like this, I relate it to the body, overlay the body. Such as, like, I say the altar is the heart, Same as Cam was talking about it in his chat with Benjamin, where it's that device that he clamped onto the building, and you just changed the frequency, right? But it was like 6 pounds of pressure. It wasn't much pressure, And then we can tune it in, right? So you're changing the tuning with the frequency there, right? And it can be any size, so long as you get the harmonics in. But those altars, sarcophaguses, the square boxes, they're boxes, they're not tables or what they've replaced them with now. But as I saw that, they are resonating centers. They are hearts, It's that constant beat, that's the heart. Same as like if I hit a tuning fork, I have to keep hitting that tuning fork, and that's that frequency, another frequency that you're producing there, which is that spark gap as well, right? Because it's breaking through the dielectric and stopping, starting and stopping, starting and stopping. So it's it's a DC, direct current, but we're starting it and stopping it. So pulsed DC. But like every time that happens too, it's not like on and off. You've got a waveforms, right? It's the initial burst, like dumping the capacitor, dump that capacitor. But there's, the wave goes like this and then goes smaller and smaller. So you do another one, then you're overlapping. So you're then overlapping these waves, and that's what's giving you the resonance as well. That's like tuning it in. And I think that, the altars were actually vibrating like the Tesla machine. And as soon as you vibrate that building, you're vibrating, you're moving all of the stuff that's incorporated into the building too, all that beautiful geometric art now is information within that vibration. So if you're there, you're in it, you're in this building, you're vibrating too, you're touching the floor. So you vibrate as well, but you're vibrating in perfect harmonics with this place, in balance. Yeah, the spark gap is really key to understanding a whole lot of stuff, especially around the Tesla stuff. Yeah. And understanding like electricity in terms of static electricity, as well. Static magnetics as well. It's like us, like if I turn around, all my magnetics flip with the place. They're in tune and aligned with the place. If I take a magnet and I flip the magnet around, the field's moving with me flipping it around. So it's different. That's a dynamic moving magnetic field that's aligned with where we are. If we made that field static and flip that field upside down, you would be in perfect opposition. You would basically create your own bubble because you're creating a torus field that is opposed to this one. So it's a bubble within a bubble. So it becomes its own bubble with its own physics, a copy of a copy, basically. That's how we create anyway. Everything's, you're creating a torus, and that torus has that center, which is that heartbeat, that forever energy, right? That constant beat. But when we look at it, it's like our heart. We can kind of see this as well, where it's not the fastest thing in the world, it's so we can see that. And that's how we change too. We change with our heart rate. We change heart rate, which most people don't know they can change their heart rate, really. But it's extremely simple to do. You just change your mental state, or your body state. And your heart rate will follow, if you're synchronized with it. One of the best things I learned was synchronizing with my heartbeat, synchronizing my breath with my heartbeat. You're kind of aligning those two energies and putting them together. And then but that's your natural flow when you align that, because we sort of go against it, we're taught to go against it, basically. But when you line it up, that's when you're actually lining up the heart and the mind as well, frequency and vibration. Because vibration is the feeling. It's like, it feels like one thing. I have this one feeling. But a thought is always two. A combination of left and right. The idea being that a balanced thought has that right brain element and that left brain element. Bert and Ernie agrees.
You know it. Bert and Ernie plus a little bit of Oscar equals Bernie.
Oh, this is Oscar?
He's hiding in the back. I guess I'm not being much of a grouch today, so he's not present.
Oh, I see how it works now.
But apparently, as the narrative goes, I guess I'm also gay with myself because, well, Bert and Ernie, they ended up being.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All right.
Woke.
Right. Oh, that's funny. Aaron messaged me on Facebook Messenger saying that as soon as either you or it might have been Mike in one of the shorts talked about Reich or something like that, it cut.
Wilhelm.
Yeah, Wilhelm. It cut out streaming on his YouTube, and I guess that's also why I'm getting errors and posting messages or something like that. It's weird. So
That's orgon energy. Orgasmic energy is Wilhelm Reich. There was a good comment there. If your exhale is TW, if your exhale is longer than your inhale, your heart will slow. Right on. You got it. Yep. You'll know your syncs really when your heart beat speeds up a little bit and slows down a little bit, and speeds up a little bit and slows down a little bit. Then you're in the center, right? When you're even breaths, and then you can control it down or control it up. So you can get excited about whatever you like too. Eustress, you know.
Ooh, we got Capalicious in the house.
Kappa.
Capo, when are you going to join on a stream?
Yeah.
When we do the next 48-hour weekend dream stream being autodidactic, you have no excuse not to come on, because there's a full 48 hours for you to choose from what your availability is.
Yeah, you can't say the time's not good, hey?
Right, exactly. That's half of the whole hidden purpose of this for anyone that's given the runaround. It's like, no. Can't tell me you don't have time in 48 hours to come on for 5 minutes. Like Paul Cook during the last one. He's like, I just woke up. I can't. And it's like, we continued for 36 hours. Where were you, Paul? Where were you?
We summoned him, right? My little puppy's having dreams.
Oh, it's so cute when they do that. They do like a little yip, and then they start running and stuff in their dreams.
I just see like fields of green lawn. I think he loves that. He's got lawn at mum's where he just goes nuts. He's got a lot of green grass here though at the moment because it's been raining.
Nice.
In the middle of summer in the desert, we've gotten more rain than any other time. You know, it's just been changing. The weather's been changing quite a bit.
I wonder, it's like as more people switch over to playing on 432 and operating in 432 and cutting out the 440. And that's why one thing I'm going to be looking into a lot, and half the purpose of the Science of Sound podcast is going to be getting music producers and just content creators and figuring out for us as well how to switch everything into 432. And Rex with Leak Project, he's been covering the increase of the Schumann resonance 432 hertz on a lot of he does just single episodes on it whenever there's big shifts and changes. But
there's been a lot, right? There's been bloody spikes. Yeah.
And it's
so
like,
someone's on it,
everybody joining into this collective consciousness, like evolving up and starting to operate and thinking on, playing in and activating. And then is that what's creating? You're right. Is that what's also creating the change in weather and bringing back these better conditions? And why the elites are so hell-bent on trying to convince us that the changes are for the worst and it's doom and destruction and it's all over and now we need to tax you even more for the carbon, and like don't pay attention to the sun or the other planets, or that they're also warming up and expanding, or that we've just crossed the galactic plane in the overall universal system and now there's more energy coming in, or that the actual ages in the grand clock have shifted and that we have crossed into a new long age and are getting closer to the golden age, away from the dark ages that we were in.
Which is always balancing moments too. Like you have to balance before you move up. I mean, this is what I tell people too. It's not just about raising your vibration. It's more about balancing your vibration, balancing out all the bugs, and then raising it up. Because if you don't balance it out first, what are you raising up? What are you magnifying? What are you expanding?
Very good point. And that's why so many that are unbalanced, when they do that shift, they just go to the extreme and it turns negative and freaks out. This
is what bad trips are too, right? A lot of bad trips are exactly what we're talking about there too, where you're not at a balance to handle it. The trip always becomes about balancing you, and usually it's too. Most natural trips, I mean, I was talking about. Designer trips, man designer trips, I don't know about them, but the natural ones, yeah. Psychedelics. Yeah. But think about what happens there too. DMT. What actually happens in the brain with DMT? A massive influx of all frequencies, not one frequency, all harmonics, and that's the human. That's the same as the human.
Continue with that, because you need to continue fully with this. I just want anybody that might be like, oh, DMT, understand that your body produces it naturally when you're born, when you die, and when you dream.
If you're afraid of
those 3 times. So if there was anything that crosses the consciousness over to the spirit realm, when you're born, when you die, when you dream, your body's producing it. Now, please.
Absolutely. Continue. Oh, yes. Yes. If you're afraid of DMT, you're afraid of life. You're afraid of vibration. You're afraid of living. Yeah. But it's a massive influx. It's the same as actually when we get an idea, when we get a thought, when we join, when we have an alignment, a realization. That's a burst of theta waves. That's what's happening, right? But with DMT, we can hook up, we can see all frequencies raise over as gamma, too. Because gamma is quite interesting, our sort of highest frequency band that we experience, most consciously for most people, is gamma, which has access and can switch between and can amplify whatever set of frequencies in the mind that it needs for any task or whatever, across the board. So more alpha waves, more theta, it's gamma that can access all. And if we go the other way, where we go into delta, we're kind of giving ourselves up and at the same time having access to all. These are the two sides of the torus as well. And in the center is the middle, which is what we experience in the middle of everything. And we are all here. You are in the middle of everything. It's amazing. At the center of all experience is you. And that's our balance too. It has to be that way or we wouldn't experience. Yep, in the fetus. Yeah, so I always break down numbers as well. So I got 48, 12, 3, Arrival of the soul, interesting. Yep. Or integration, maybe. Hey, Paul, welcome. Stained glass windows in churches with Jesus and mushroom in the background gives it away. Yeah. Someone actually was talking with that conversation with Cam and Benjamin. Someone was talking about the giant trees. People say giant trees could be giant mushrooms. I'm like, oh, that's very interesting with the knocked off, because they're fibers too, So I'd like to have a look at some mushroom stems under microscopes. Let's have a check it. Jim, how you doing? So I was talking about the heart, beating of the heart, changing the heart. So that's like control over our own journey too, because if people, you know, what are you giving your control over to? What are you giving your power up to? And then if you are in search of truth or whatever, you should be gaining power, gaining control, you know. So when you have control over your heart, you have control over your experience as well, you know. I've basically mastered it. You know, we still, you know, because it's a matter of being aware in the moment to transmute these energies and stuff. But sometimes, yeah, they get ahead of us. You know, the last time I got anxious, where my heart rate was out of my control, it was pretty quick. I realized it was out of my control, and then just brought it back in within a minute, basically. You know, you become aware, you focus back on your breathing, and you go, fix that. But it's the fastest way to do it, through the breathing. So we all, you know, that's our control. Breathing is our control. That's how you control everything. It's just, it's why when they say, most people say with meditation, focus on breathing. You don't have to. You just focus on something. that's constant. It just it's not focusing, actually. You know, it's focusing on something. That's my phone rejecting. It's focusing to not focus. You know, it's just the one thing, but the brain just kind of resets and allows it to start doing what it does best, you know, which is balance. It balances everything. Yeah, that's the phone ringing off the hook. Let's see how many times they ring back. Look like a friend of mine. Too bad he's deep asleep. Well, yeah, people choose their journeys, you know. That's the thing. That was the hardest thing I had to come to grips with. People choose their journey, you know. Even your loved ones, but you can drop seeds and they have, hey there, hippie. But those seeds, you know, those seeds are how, you know, because I used to get angry. I've lost a lot of friends. You know, when I realized that sometimes it's inevitable as well. It's like for who we are and raising your vibration, sometimes for that to happen, a loss of friends, you know, a loss of the toxic environment must occur, which is the same as in our health. You know, you're actually changing the environment, you know, so our physical environment, our physical world is exactly the same as your internal world. So it's actually clearing that toxic environment. That can happen two ways, you know. You choose, though. This is part of your free will. You choose whether that's absolutely horrific or not a problem, just a process you had to go through. And it's like, if you understand what's happening, then it's not horrific. It's just like it had to happen, and it can be very good, you know. You know, there's the choice there. We got Afi, Shane, Brian, Hippie, Andrea, Kappa, Lisa, Jim, everyone's here, Steve. Monkey Mind. Look, the thing we have to understand about meditation is it's not really what people think. Everyone thinks they're going into it. And remember, meditation just means middle. It just means balancing. So meditation can be different for everyone. It's just what balances you, you know. But sitting down and doing meditation is very balancing for nearly everyone. But, you know, it's like when they've hooked people up to like master meditators up to EEGs, you know, and they come out and they'll say, like, this was the worst meditation I've ever had. I just couldn't focus on anything. My mind was racing all over the shop. And the response is always, no, that's the best meditation you did. You know, because it's all that stuff that's coming up that you're working through. You're just not engaging in it. Yeah.
Callum, about what people think of like getting into the meditative state, where it's like they'll let their mind run thinking that it's like you're going into something and then never actually start meditating, because it's like it's the exact opposite of you have to just calm your mind into the stillness of balance of nothing, right? To be at that zero. And once you've reached that quiet, that's when it kicks in and comes, and then you're able to float out.
You're
sort
just
of
bringing
thing,
it back to that. Yeah, you're just bringing it back to that every time. So, you know, and that's what keeps you observant and aware as well, because you go, and you don't get rolled and caught up in these things. You just, you know, come back to that balance every time. So that's your one goal. And in doing so, you are releasing emotions, you're releasing traumas, you're releasing problems, the mental, the physical, that have caught up and taking your energy. So at each time, too, every time you do that, you are actually gaining more energy. It's like opening a tube, you know. There's always energy flowing through that tube, but you'll experience less if you choke that tube. But if you expand that tube out, you have more energy, unblocking chakras, etc., that sort of thing. Hey, Paul, welcome.
Well, sadly, you missed Otto again. He was on he just hopped off about half hour ago. But we've been discussing that we're going to do a 48-hour being autodidactic dream stream every second weekend. And we would love to also have you involved and give you a portion of esoteric What's the Flock TV segment in it, if you are down for doing so. And that it's going to be, it's not just going to be Bernie awake tweaking for 48 hours. Do not worry about that. The whole point of it, everybody joining is so that I will be able to take my normal sleep schedules. But it's going to be like different video reviews that we'll do, like playing some of our past videos, like sort of thing, like before your section of where you're going to come on, we'll like play your past video, kind of like go over some stuff, like review it, and then have like the guest on sort of thing. And that through StreamYard, it's like, as everybody, after we do it a couple times, people get familiar and comfortable with it. If you're part of it and join on, we can make it that it will also stream that full 48 onto your channel as well. That will also give you more content to give you the paid ads or whatever it is to keep adding in. And that we'll try to get as many channels as possible in the community to take part of it, so that it'll just be a giant collective of minds coming in, but everybody's also benefiting from it as much as possible.
I'll come on when I can. I'm like very spontaneous. It's like, because I look after my mother. I only get, you know what I mean? I get certain times where I've got enough time, and sometimes I don't have any time. So I can't say like I'll be free at this time.
Okay, that is why it's perfect, is because it's 48 hours. So, and why you've been able to hop on so many times, right? Is because you're spontaneous. So we will review your videos after you're on, because you will just come on and we don't have to schedule you.
Well, like I said, I had some free time now, and I'm just about to start my video, and I have to say hello. If it comes up when I log in YouTube and it says you guys are live, I have to come in and say hello.
Exactly.
And then I always get sidetracked.
Bless your soul for doing so.
Yeah, I just go with the flow. You know what I mean? If I'm meant to start the video, finish the video, it happens. You know what I mean? So it's not like I've got no content out with them. I mean, I've just done a few videos in a couple of days, so that'll tide people over.
Would you mind if I, after you leave, if I do play one of your videos on this stream, so we can share it and review it, and also be. I'll start with the crystal one, because that one blew my mind and it is amazing.
Share anything. Don't have to worry about copyright, because I use royalty-free music. So that's one beauty of anything I use. It's, you know what I mean? It's all royalty-free. And if anyone does make videos and wants to know where to get royalty-free music from, just go to a site called FMA. Free Music Online, or Archive, sorry, Free Music Archive, and that's where you can get any music, any type of music, not just like crap free stuff. There's a lot of good music on there, and that's what I use and recommend. It's all royalty free.
Free Music Archive?
Yeah, it's FMA. And what happens is most of the music, it is all royalty free, but what it is if you are monetized, obviously if you use a song that someone's made for 2 minutes, you might have to pay them for the 2 minutes, but 8 times out of 10, they don't even come up. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've been using this music from the beginning of this site, and it's free. Like I said, it's just called Free Music Archive, and it's all free. And you just go to the chart section, genres, blues, electronic, hip hop, jazz, pop, spoken, rock, novelty, instrumental, old time. There's everything on it, and it just it's really good. That's what I've been using. So if anyone who makes videos or just wants to listen to a different type of music, so if a lot of people always say to me, "Wow, your music's good," that's where I've got it from. So
you are awesome. See, sharing is caring, and thank you. I just wrote that down. I already am going to be using that. And thank you, Kappa. See, Callum, that's why you had to join the podcasting side of it, because Kapalicious has taken over as the best mod, already posting the freemusic.org link in the chat.
Oh, he's on it. Yep.
Yeah.
But you're a wizard.
Always on it.
See what it is, you just type it in, you'll see it. There you go. That's what it'll look like. Yep. And it'll give you 2 options. All you do is got to browse it. Just press browse on Free Music Archive, and you'll see it there. Free Music Archive. There's all the sections at the top. And you just click on it. And all it does is you download. You can actually preview your song before you download it. It'll come on play through your screen. And you just click download. It's as simple as that. And I always use it, like I said, for music, because obviously when I make a video, it's not like most people. It's like it's like a film type of thing I do. So I do need a lot
next
of music
level video production, brother. Like,
it's why it takes so long. It's sometimes the song has to fit. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you get it wrong, but I enjoy it. You know what I mean? Takes me mind off
no
life.
criticism of it, even constructive criticism, that I could give you in your video making. And thank you for sharing that free, because like YouTube's free music is garbage. Like there's nothing at all. And it's like this pop crap that or elevator music, and it's like, oh my God.
It all depends what you do. If you go into YouTube and type in free music, you'll get, like you said, but did you know there's a section that offers free music as well? And if you go to your settings and go down, when you go to your own dashboard, and you've got dashboard at the top, content, playlist, analytic. If you go to the bottom, audio library, it'll give you shedfuls of free music again. And they're all different. I've used some of them in my videos. Again, it's, it's not the greatest, but it's better than what you think of. So if you just go to your own channel, where you have all the dashboard content on your left, sorry. Just go down to the bottom, audio library, and you'll see it. It's all free music as well. So that's, what I mean? You have to look for and if anyone wants to know where you get free video clips, you go, the best probably one is Pixabay. They're free. So that's called Pixabay, and you can get free videos on there, like video animations for clips and different things. So these are where I get the video footage for my videos. Also GIFs. People don't realize we have GIFs. If you type in any topic into your search engine, just type and GIF at the end. GIFs. They don't go down as copyright. So, there's some for anyone who wants to make any videos in the chat, whether it's just for your own family or content makers.
That is like wealth of information, and you at least just doubled my own quality of video production. And thank you, sir. Right? It's like, this is what's so great about streaming now, is that like literally we could just go on, and then it's like someone has time to come in, and like just only a few minutes so far, you have like just changed forever the quality of what I'm able to offer, and hopefully many others that are tuning in or that will watch this.
Yeah, but we're learning as we go on. I wish someone told me where to get free music. And a lot of times when you go to these free music sites, they're really dodgy. You've got to enroll. You've got to do this, and this. Whereas Free Music Archive asks for nothing. Nothing. You don't have to make an account. You just go to the page, browse, get all the genres up, and off you go. That's it. And I've used it since I've been making videos for a year or two, and it's a lot better. So
once you find a resource like that, you just hold on to it.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to tell people, like, you know what I mean, because you get all the same. But you know what I mean. if someone had told me in the beginning, it made a lot of my videos a lot better because there is a lot. Yeah, and you'll get some proper music. Not like they're not proper musicians, but you'll get someone who's appeared in the charts as well that actually appear on there, and it's free. All they'll say is, if you monetize, you might have to pay them that money for that clip, but that's fair enough because they've written the song.
Right? Absolutely, that's more than fair.
But you know what I mean? What people get scared of is sometimes it'll come up on your screen as like an issue or a copyright. It's not like copyright. It just means for that image, for that few minutes, you have to give them the dues.
The algorithm will take care of that sort of thing, where it's like it doesn't even really affect you. It's calculated in all the Google ad stuff and all of that, right?
I mean, if I went to my screen now and looked at me content, most of them I have no strikes. I'll have a copyright claim, but that is just telling me if I monetize, I have to pay that person that song for 2 minutes or whatever it is. But it's nothing against the channel or anything because it's free and it's from it's just the odd person will have an agent, you know what I mean, who do all the chasing for them, like you just said, and it's a brilliant. So I can't complain. It helps with my content. And like I said, I'm still making. Remember when I was talking last time I came on the SWAT sticker? That I'm still on that because I've made 2 videos in between. You know what I mean? So it's just I'm spontaneous. I start a video. I've got different. I'll see something come up in the headlines. I'll think, I'll have to do something on that. So I mean, the last one I did was on Meta because everyone's talking about Meta and
yes. Have you done that yet or no?
Facebook. I was watching. Oh, what's it called now on TV? That Dan Brown's a lost symbol, and that just come on. And as soon as they were talking about the Leviathan cross, Satan's cross, I thought, no way, that's Facebook. If I put an F on top of that and reverse it, and that's just where I got the idea from them. And then you just, it does fit. It's just crazy how they do things. And then you look at the advert that he did, and he's got like a fire pit. He's got a fire pit.
Paul, have you seen the HBO Europe series 30 Coins?
I've not, no. I've not even heard of it. Normally I see heard about a lot of things, but I've not heard about that one. Why? What's that about?
It's about it's a priest that is like doing exorcisms in modern day Italy, but it goes deep into like the alchemical symbols a lot, but then like a cult of evil priests and like Satan himself taking form. And it's only 1 season, but I would love to get a review from you on that one because I know it will open some keys in your wonderful connecting mind.
I'll keep my eye out for that. It's just when I ever start to watch anything with me, my mother, like she's like,
oh yeah, you wouldn't want to watch that one.
Yeah, she's like, and she's even doing that now, and I'm like taking notes because, like I said, my mum's just like an older version of me. That's where I get it from. She never taught me to restrict my mind. Just go, if I see something, just run with it. You know what I mean? If it doesn't work out, just try another avenue. So that is where. So we'll watch these different things when we can, and it just blows me away. So I know people say you shouldn't watch TV and all this, but to be honest, if you're about indoctrination of TV
and indoctrination, right? The subliminal programming as well as the hidden in plain sight.
Yeah,
are both
and it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's just awareness, though.
It's
awareness. If you have awareness,
that's the one that's programming to like trigger the negative cycle within and the polarized divisions. Another good one, His Dark Materials. Have you seen that one?
I've got that on saved to watch the series. I know it's based on that film, The Golden Compass.
Yeah, that's what it's based off of. That's another one that you should watch with your mom and both take notes on and do please feature on my 48-hour stream, because my goodness, I know that you will, especially with the Janus, the keeper of doors or whatnot, because that it's based off of, it's like a children themed sci-fi or fantasy, but it's based off of them being able to go through these portal doors nonstop. And they also have a lot of the flat earth symbology and going sideways and then like spinning and then going through, opening doors between different realms. And the dark material as well is like the AKA antimatter, AKA what we call ether, but they're like playing to the I don't know, institutionalized antimatter, but it's his dark materials. That the dark material is the whole quantum portal theme that they're going through for it.
Yeah, I like that.
I'd say watch the Golden Compass first, and then watch the series.
Yeah,
I watched the film a long time ago, and I know the Vatican tried to get it banned. That film, yeah, they tried to get it banned.
So 30 Coins, I'm pretty sure, was filmed like in like unison with the Vatican, because they literally half the episodes are like filmed in the Vatican itself. So it's like, is this actually Rome's disclosure, and how demons and different parasitic consciousnesses take form and jump from body to body? Like it's something else. It really is. But if you're easily like influenced weakly, like don't watch it. It will traumatize. Oh.
So that's what the meta is about. If anyone's interested, if you take the F from the Facebook like you do, you get the normal logo. Add it on top of the infinity, you get the cross saying.
Wow.
But yeah, funny enough, last time we done on here, people think I'm crazy when I talk about things, but like I said, I can show you evidence now. The average, when you look at the size of the Vatican, you'll get a certain amount of acreage. Now, from my brief popping on here with you guys and my videos, you'll know that I talk about 11 and how it's linked to the doorways, right? Now,
see, just to interrupt you quickly,
how big the Vatican is.
The binary,
110
right?
acres.
Of course.
So how is that possible unless they're trying to show you something that the Vatican is 110? Now people will Google, oh, it's 115. That is the average of like going through different search engines. That the majority of them will say 110 acres. You can see it.
Wow. So I like
because
that you say that 11 is to the key, because just on my own like understanding of numbers and like researching and learning, I came up with the dimensional understanding that 11 is the infinity dimension, that like it's the when you put like the dash on a decimal afterwards, like it keeps repeating on and on and on. It's like that 9 and 1, 9, 11, the 1, 1, the 11 part of it is it's like 9 plus the infinity onwards, because you can't get like to the full 10. I won't make sense with trying to explain the mathematics here, but just the fact that you say that and you were able to come to that conclusion with whatever your experiences were, and that I also have come to that same sort of conclusion from completely different experiences.
Yeah. But it's like people saying, oh, the meta and the metaverse, and it's Ready Player One. Well, in Ready Player One, what do they have to find? They have to find 3 keys. So 1 key represents each of Janice's faces, right? So you've got key portals. The film was released on March the 29th. What's that? That's an 11. So you got all these things in regard to the meta and Janice. And it just blows me away that people are obviously starting now, because obviously when you show people enough evidence, they will look into it. But that's what he's doing. He's changing it to meta, and obviously Facebook, Book of the Dead. And then you put on all this. It doesn't matter if someone says to me, oh, Paul, that Satan's cross is also the cross of Lorraine. It's also this, it's also this. It doesn't matter if it's 10 good things or 1 bad thing. If they're putting the energy and the intent of being negative and evil, from their standpoint of view, that's what it is. That's why they've abused so many symbols in this life. That's why you got the polar, the polar opposites of that. When they change the intent, that's what it is. You know what I mean? So it's just intriguing how we all look at things differently. And
all these meanings are true.
Yeah,
they're all meanings.
And that's
they're all
awesome,
meanings. Yeah.
Is the sharing of different perspectives coming together, so that like we can all live vicariously through each other's experiences and understand the overall picture instead of falling to the triggered polarization and division and continued failing and destruction of humanity, where it's all about the unity and coming together and understanding that we all overall are one giant consciousness and being that needs to love itself instead of killing itself.
I mean, it's just
too. Like you're about numbers, but it's also words as well. It's like Latin. You'll get a whole bunch of meanings, and it's the sense of all of those meanings.
Time magazine, transhumanism, 2045 adds to what? 11.
The back of the neck.
Right to 9/11.
So and time is 11 too. So you know what I mean?
Is that 7/11 too? 7 come 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they're showing you. So when they have to do a ritual and it has to transcend, it has to go across borders, dimensions, they generally use that number to do it.
It's a code. I say they use it like a code. That's the code, yeah. It's a code of nature too, because numbers are nature.
It is. Numbers are part of, they are a dimension that is
symbols,
but it's the actual like building blocks of the universe. It's universal code. Like people that are like, oh, human invented mathematics and numbers. It's like, no, we didn't. They're literally the structure of the universe, and we only understand maybe half of it, if that, probably not. And like, there's way more to discover.
Yeah. Look, I mean, tell me if this is not coincidence. So there's a world big firm, and it's called Janus Henderson. It's an asset manager company, right? It's one of the biggest in the world.
Wow.
Yeah. Now look at this. How is this possible? And tell me that doesn't mean something. If you type in Janus Henderson into Gematria, look what it gives you.
Thank you.
Of course.
So people can say, no, I don't believe in it. That cannot be a coincidence, because most numbers, if you look at it, I watched the video a long time, most numbers add to 9. You know, when you do the angles. So to get to 11, it can't be just the sake of I'll type anything and get an 11 and I'm making it up. It's the significance of this. And they make it so it fits 11. So it's a ritual. It's a doorway.
Oh, Paul, like the one thing is like numbers don't lie. And they also are
matrix.
The mathematics, like statistical probability, the numbers don't lie, but it's also that there's no such thing as coincidence. Like you're bang on to be bringing all of this knowledge out while saying there's no coincidence, because there is no coincidence. You're just, no matter how improbable something might be, it's still the reality. Like the numbers don't lie. There's no such thing as coincidence. Everything happens for the reason.
You mentioned Ready Player One. So that's the IOI.
Yeah.
Ready Player One as well. That's the 11 as well. See that a lot. I see 101 a lot.
Yeah. Room 101. It's like where you actually learn, isn't it? Like, 101. They always put it in after the video.
Yeah.
So it just blows you away. I mean, even the science, and I've showed you this before.
The beginning of learning, like opening the door to learning.
Yep.
This is chemistry 101, you know. Wow.
Yeah. Sun takes 8.3 minutes to reach us, according to them. 8 3. That's 11, isn't it? Who's known as the sun? Janus. So Blue Origins took 11 minutes to fly. All these things cannot be a coincidence.
Who puts the minutes there unless there's a message in the minutes? Like, it's ridiculous.
And this is what I just find intriguing, is like, just because I don't believe something, it just means I've not researched or looked into it. You can't, sometimes when we look at a topic, or for instance, you guys will talk about something, if I've not heard about it, I'm like, well, you know, it doesn't, resonate. And when you start talking about something, people automatically are resonating to my voice, and it like imprints on the head, just like they're programming. When we talk about something, our frequencies adjust, and it's a bit like, when if you get kidnapped, Oh, what's it called now? Where you always get friendly with the kidnappers. Something.
Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome, and that's what it is with anything. If you jump in a pond and someone else jumps in a pond with you, you're sharing the pond with them. You're sharing your water. So when we share information, don't matter if it doesn't register or not, you've took it on board. And when you start looking at things, and people say, "Oh my!" Since you said that, Paul, I'm seeing that everywhere. I'm seeing this because I've opened that doorway, that portal for you.
Exactly.
And that's what people just
resonate to. What resonates with you, and here's what people need to understand: resonance. You feel it. What resonates within you, it's actually you're feeling it within. Like the term resonance, it's like you get the tingles down your back, or it's like you get a feeling from something that is actually something resonating with you. If it's like you have the gut feeling of don't do it, that's resonating with you not to do it. Yeah. Or it's like if you hear something that Paul is saying and like your tingle or something, it's like that means it's resonating with you. That is the ultimate spiritual truth, that that what is you're hearing is true or not true, is how it resonates with you.
I mean, I always show this one.
There's truth there. There's truth there. Because a lot of times there's more to work out.
His oldest name is Ia. That's Janos. And a lot of gods get the name from Janos, right? So Ia in Greek is number 11. How is that not made to fit that? Do you know what I mean? It's like, really, and when you see it, you're like, wow, I can't believe it. Is that right? I've not made that up. I mean, look at that. We've just talked about Ready Player One.
Of course.
And in Ready Player One, is it the AA? There's something alchemy. The book that it's from. AA. Give it a number. 11.
11. AI. 11. Yep.
And then, according to science now, our brains have the process. Can process. Look how many numbers for universe. Scientists discovered that our brains can process the world in 11 dimensions. Why are they bringing that to the forefront now? So it's like they're intentionally trying to do certain things to bring it to, fruition.
So that's fascinating. Where did you hear that? Because like the 11 dimensions is what my unified theory, geometrical dimension has come up with as the case in the universe.
I just saw it, flying around on Twitter and feed you. And I thought I'll type it and see if we could get a better meme. And you can see that's what scientists are saying. Whether it's true or not does not matter. You know what I mean? It's information, but it's just showing you that number again, the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
So if everything connects, which it says the universe does, everything connects to everything, and it's all about accessing a door. Well, you would want to be on the best note with a certain person who has the keys to open each door or lock them. Think about it. They might have locked certain doors in us where we cannot receive energy or a frequency to, is that why they go attack us truthers as much? We've opened our door ourselves through learning or being, personalities, you can say with NPCs and all that, but we've opened the door, we've seen something. And you always say, how did I not see that? It was like hidden in plain sight in front of you. It's because it doesn't matter. If everything is a frequency and a vibration and a wave, it's a frequency. He holds the keys. So you could walk down a street and not see something. And then once your eyes are open, you're like, how long has that been there? God, I don't remember that being there. I can't remember seeing that. How did I not see that? It's because you weren't attuned to that frequency. Like a cat
in the right
can see
key.
Differently. Yeah.
You weren't in the right key.
Yeah, it wasn't. You're not in the right key. It's like cymatics. If you have the right key, you form a pattern. So if we're walking basically cymatic bags of water, producing a frequency, and it's emanating from us, it's affecting our surroundings. So once we hit a right key, our surroundings will change to match that key, so we can actually see more. It's just
you resonate. When you hit the right key, like if you're in nature and you resonate with nature, you see more.
Yeah.
That's what happens. You've just unlocked the key.
Yeah. And that is what I'm going to try and get at with this video that I'm doing about, obviously, the swastika, about frequency and creation. You know what I mean? Have they locked the door?
In the mind frequencies, I see that as a key too, like a door between, because there's definitely, they call it a gate too, like alpha and theta. So when you're pretty much going from alpha waves into theta waves, you're crossing that gateway, that door, which is basically the spirit world as well. If you stay conscious in theta, you have access to
even if you talk to people who are heavily into astrology and they talk about we are born under certain houses, and obviously the energy, the frequency that is submitted in that time period would obviously seep into us, and that's how people get their traits and that. But I say to people who's heavily into astrology, what they called, and they say houses. We all born in a certain house, and I always say, what does a house have? And they're like, a door. So, do you know what I mean?
How do you get into that house?
Exactly. Yeah. So, how did you get into the house at that time? We're all born with a certain key. What did he give us at birth? He gave us a number. That is our door number.
Yeah, right.
You get a birth certificate, yes, and you get a number. That number is like our phone's IMS or whatever it's called, you know, the identification mark for that phone. Like us, we're given a number that is basically stamping us with that frequency of our door at the time, and then you can alter it and do what they want in the meantime. So it's just, I just love like brainstorming and showing people what I've found. Obviously, if you don't see it, you don't see it. I just don't get how people who don't see it, nothing wrong with saying, I don't see it, Paul, I don't get it, but you don't have to.
Well, you see it, but you don't get it. It's like you can see everything, whether you understand it. That might be later too, because a lot of things like this, they fall into place.
Yeah.
A lot of symbols, a lot of things, you've seen it that much where it's like, oh, wait, I've seen that 7 times. That's not a coincidence. So it falls into place. It gains meaning. Yeah.
And this is how we go through life. We see different things. Doesn't mean we're right or wrong. It just means that is what our journey is seeing. Like this. This is a Neolithic, supposedly. And this is of Mount Meru. You saw it in my old video. I always show people. Right. And in my video, when I talk about the connection, this is basically, so what I've just showed you there, that is what you got: the 4 sacral nerves, the cauda equina at the bottom, the 4 lines, and the coccyx at the top. Now have a look at that, and then I show you what it actually looks like in real life. That is just the same. So you have the coccyx at the top, the cauda equina at the bottom, and the 4 sacral nerves on each side. I'll show you again.
Which is the jed.
So there's your 4 lines, the cauda equina, coccyx, 4 nerves each side.
Yeah,
it's that, in my opinion. 4
1, 2, 3.
each side, the cauda equina at the bottom, and the coccyx. That is from the connection. We can't be blind. We used to have a tail. Now we don't believe that we were monkeys. People, you know, common sense says we didn't come from monkeys, but we had a tail. Some people are still born with tails. Yeah.
We lost our story. We lost our tail.
Yeah. What did we do with that tail? Did we connect like Avatar? Because obviously there's pictures of ancient Indians and different things with long tails.
Wow, that's a connection. My previous dog talked to me. I was thinking about connecting to the heart. I was meditating on it, and he came to me and said, "It's easy for us dogs. We just wag our tail." and it blew my mind, because it's exactly what they do. It becomes a frequency. You move your tail, like, do it, because you'll just be instantly happy if you just wag your tail. That's what I call wag the tail technique. And what it does is turns your spine into a frequency. You know, it connects it all. It connects everything on the spine instantly. I was amazed. He blew my mind.
It is, and it's like the coccyx is based. Yeah, it's based on cuckoo. That's what it got its name from, cuckoo. So coccyx means cuckoo. Cuckoos hide their eggs in other nests, hidden in plain sight. So,
and it's also he's gone cuckoo, right? He's gone cuckoo.
Yeah.
You know, like trying to twist it and turn it.
And then when we're born, obviously embryos have tails. And then obviously people will say is it the vagus nerve or the one nerve or something that it drives to. But think about it. If we did connect our tail to something, is that a hardline connection? We have a hardline connection and we have a Wi-Fi connection. If you think about it, Wi-Fi connection to pineal is known as, the occult name is Janos. The coccyx is attached near to the anus, Janos.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, so you have the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. So you have a tail going all the way up, connected to the pineal. Did we connect like that way?
My YouTube channel has been suspended.
What did you say? Did you say Janus too many times? Did you say Janus more than 11 times?
I don't know.
Whenever it was like an hour ago there, it literally has been suspended. I can't log in at all to my
your channel
account. To my Bernard Conkin account, I cannot log in, and it's been suspended.
Yeah, coming down.
Yeah, can someone like try to go over and see if it's if they can access it, the Bernard Conkin one? Because yeah, it seems like it has been suspended. But it's this, and it's like it happened during this stream. Yet the stream's still going on Autodidactics channel and on my backup Crypto Alchemist channel and on Facebook. So I don't understand.
Disclaimers: I'm not a doctor, nor do I play one on TV.
It wasn't me.
Nudity. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a pain. Let's say when they did it to my channel, you know what I mean? It's
wow.
I like how you moved. I like what you did, where you went, I'm going to take control over this, and do it my way. I went, oh, dude, that's cool.
I mean, I lost a lot of subscribers, but I just found, and it would have got it did go that evening when I did it. I thought, you know what? I'm going to do it. Like I said, I'm going to do it my way. I want to tell people I'm moving.
But don't think of subs. Actually, think of quality, not quantity.
Yeah.
And so who followed you, you know? So what's going to happen is the quality of the interaction, the communication just gets better and better, because the people that aren't resonating aren't going to do a swap, aren't going to do a change, aren't going to follow, you know? And it's when it's this sort of stuff, it's quality that you want, not quantity. Quantity's the trolls, you know.
People are like, why are you doing it? And it's like, well, you've just agreed on. I wanted to go out my own way. I don't want to be told, right, your channel's going down at the end of the day. I want to stick my fingers up and go, right, guys, I'm having the last say.
Yeah, I take control.
Yeah.
I'm in control here, not you. Yeah.
So that I just, like I said, and I started again. It's just a game. Yeah, it's annoying that, you know, you're getting the power taken away from you, but you can't do what we do and not expect reprisals in any way. It's, you know what I mean? It's sometimes.
Let's be realistic here.
Yeah. It's just part of the game. Yeah, it's annoying and you're frustrated and all that. But if you keep backing up your videos and different things, and I have a portable hard drive separate from my computer that all my videos get saved to first. So what I do is I make a video like you see, I save it to that, then I upload it. So, you know, it's just a part of the game. Unfortunately, they like doing that, and we just hit back.
It's the dance. I call it the dance. Yeah. You do the dance, but you do it for a good reason. I mean, that's why you do it. You wouldn't do it otherwise.
Yeah.
You know, there's that much enjoyment, and there's that much that you're learning yourself through the process. It's like, well, can you stop? But can you really stop? Because you're learning so much. I mean, that's the addiction. We have addictions here. Yeah. Just choose the right bloody addictions, right? You know, so be addicted to life, be addicted to your interests, because your interest is what brings motivation, brings all of that, so you don't have to think about it. You know?
Yeah.
It's efficient. That's very efficient to me. And that's what, like, I don't like people saying, like, what's your interests? you know, it's like, well, I don't like at the moment it's this and this and this, but I allow them to change. I never say that this or that. You just allow them to change, because I've noticed it's whatever I'm, you know, you'll say something and I'll go, oh my God, I need to check that out. I'm interested in it, so I do it, you know. That's where it comes from. It's like when it comes, you grab onto it and follow it where it's going, which is your research. That's how you research as well. You grab onto the idea, and then where is this going to leave me? And that you have to open your mind to do it. So it's a matter of process that you learn a shitload.
Yeah.
You know,
if you restrict yourself, you're just going to snap. You know what I mean? You're just gonna, you know, you're not gonna bend in the wind, as that Chinese verb says. You know, you're just gonna bait straight away. We just have to.
I say one restriction, one limitation, because that's what you've done. You've done like this is the idea or the thing, but don't limit it any more than that. It's within that limitation we explore all of that limitation, like this life. You know, we do have limits, but that's what we're exploring and that's what we're pushing. You know, so that's what we experience.
Definitely, because the topic that you're talking about, or an interest, might have a limit there. But if you swap to another content, the limit might be there, and then you go from another, and you can reach different limits on different topics, and actually bring them together. That's why I do have an interest in certain person, but I make other videos. You know what I mean? And that's when I see something like I keep making this video and I keep getting sidetracked. But when I saw that thing about the
it's more to come.
I had to make the video on it. It's like, I'm sat like that. So, do I make a quick 5-minute video or do I leave it? And it's like, well, 5 minutes. You know what I mean? And I just had to make it. You know what I mean?
50. And 5 minutes turns into 50. You're like, all right, go on.
Well, that's what the other video below it. You know when I did what's it called now? Because I forget already. I'm like a goldfish.
After the Giants,
Beyond the Horizon. You know what I did about the people are talking about more land and how would you get there? And it's just a coincidence that there was 2 Janice Islands. Just a coincidence. That's all it is. And then I was looking at the new flags, because there's a new flag for Antarctica. It's called Due South. And it's basically, have I got it saved on here just to show people?
I got a song going through my head now. Due South.
Yeah, the TV series, used to love that. So we have, that's the Greenland one. You can see the dualistic nature of it. 2. This is a new Antarctica one.
Oh, right. Oh, boom. Okay.
So you can see the cross and compass and so many things. But I had a thought, look at this, right? What do both of them make in a symbol? And this is a symbol I came up with.
Oh, yeah.
Both of them together, even the same color, blue and white triangles in a circle. Like the Greenland would be the circle and the ghosted it. So what ghosted means is I just basically put them both together in the flag. And you can see it fits. Not perfect, but if you think about it in the aspects, is it could have hidden a map showing you where this extra land is, or I theorized, could it be the electrical, how this world is powered? So I give 2 people 2 theories in that video. If it's more land, Janice is the doorways, but it's also the poles, number 11.
What video is this called? Do you have it called as again?
It is Beyond the Horizon.
Okay, I'm gonna play that once you have to leave us. I'm gonna play
and it'd be really, honestly, it's surprised because I showed the etymology and spell etymology of electric and different things. And if you think about it, that as above, so below, by the Rosicrucians, I say, right, that could be the doorway and it could be a map hidden in a symbol telling you to go to north and south for this. Or in electric sense, Ubros, which is Janus, right, could be the electric circuit. And what I'm talking about, where there's extra lands, you know, the doorways, they could be the generators for this realm, because there's a thing called spin ice, and they're making it artificial in a lab, whereas ice becomes magnetic and it can create fusion power. So if you can imagine if there's an ice wall moving slowly it's going to create so much power.
And it only has to move it would be extremely slowly.
Extremely slowly, and it doesn't have to move
enormous
fast.
amounts of power. Yeah.
And you've got copper, you've got iron, magnetite, different types of minerals also that it's rubbing against. It's creating friction.
So that's piezoelectric as well.
Yeah. And that is
it would be a crystallized structure. Yep.
Yeah, into the firmament, which I theorize in other videos is liquid crystal because of the piezoelectric effect.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's easy. You use a lighter to smoke your cigarette.
What we are.
Yeah, piezoelectric creates a spark straight away. So in that video, I give people 2 options to think about. You know what I mean? Showing a little bit of evidence for each one.
Did you mention amber when you did the speletomology on electricity?
Amber? No, I don't think I did.
Because that's one of the ones that came up for me as an old school term for it was amber, and you take 2 bits of amber and you hit them together, you'll get that spark. You know.
I know. I talked about different crystals create different types of piezoelectric. I mean, even in our pineal gland, that's why we talk about when we have the spark. Oh, for God, I've had a sparking idea. You know what I mean? And that's it's lit up. And like I said, some people, obviously, a lot of people enjoyed it. Obviously, you get a few numbnuts, some idiots, but when
they didn't expand themselves. Yeah.
That's it. It's just it's just me sitting in a room making content, saving my ideas basically. So I don't have to keep remembering. I make a video of it, and I'm giving people access to my mind if you want. You know what I mean? And people enjoy it. If you don't, you don't. It's nothing I can do, and I'm not losing sleep over people who don't get what I'm saying. Doesn't mean you're wrong. Doesn't mean I'm wrong or right. It's just a different perspective.
Like you've opened my eyes more to Janus and look and finding these moments in my own stuff. So it's like when you have that extra bit of an eye, which you put it there, so you've helped that because now you're more aware of it. Whereas before you weren't aware of it. Now you're just more aware of it. And that's a very simple, easy thing to do just from following along.
I mean, people call me. I made a video. I mean, I'm not the first to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not claiming credit for it, nothing. But you do get. I know that people could call it ego, but when people call you, when you get fam right, it's like, well, I don't even say I told you so. But I made an old video about the pyramids of Giza years ago. It's one of the first videos I did, and I told people that said there was 2 sphinxes. And people were laughing at me, laughing and mocking me, even in the own community. And then you see things like this week, where they're saying, yes, there was another Sphinx in Egypt. And you're like, should I just make a video just to prove a point and laugh? But so that's just not me. I'm not like that. You know what I mean? But it just...
Yeah, I'd have to make too many I told you so videos.
Yeah. And it's not a sense of being like egotistical. It's just like you're showing someone an information just from your point of view. You don't have to think it's right or wrong. It's just information. What I see doesn't mean necessarily what you see. But if you accept what I see as, a plausible thing that it could be, it will open your eyes to something else. You can't be restricted, like we just said. I
always think I'm blocking. Like if I say, which has happened to me, where I go, that's wrong, and I don't look into it, I block it. But then later on, when you realize that, oh fuck, that's for me, that's actually right now. So it changes completely. So if you're not blocking it to start with, so you're not saying right at the start that's wrong. You go, oh, wait a second. This is where I would say I'm wrong. This is actually where I need to look into it more, to understand the perspective better. Because obviously I don't understand the perspective. That's how I see it too, because I see everyone is doing the best that they possibly can do with what they've got. Yeah. It's just what they've got is a bunch of lies usually. So it's a bit, it's a bit hard and confusing. Yeah, but literally everyone is doing the best that they possibly can do.
And that's all.
If they open their mind, just get more information, then they've got more to do better, for themselves. Yeah.
I just don't get it where people don't want to see more information. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you? I mean, what did he call the edge of space to them? They call it the Kármán line.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And that's where the Bezos flew to. 11.
Did they send a car past the Kármán line?
Yeah, to the Kármán line, and it's 11. That's a boundary. So it doesn't matter if you don't believe in it. It's a transition. It's a boundary, and Janos is a god of boundaries.
I have always suspected there being this boundary at the top of like.
That's a karma line
there that we're not allowed out at this point.
Look, even being a flatty dude, like I say, that barrier becomes an etheric barrier at some point, and I think that's the tip as it goes around the donut. Myself, it's
People
actually
talk
etheric.
about graphene.
Damn. Did you do graphene oxide?
I
wonder what oxide.
I did a video on it. I did the etymology of it, and it basically means dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, everything's meaning dead, man.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
meta.
It's changing to dead.
Yeah. Well, it is about the death. With Cam and Benjamin talking about that. That's the carbon they were talking about as well. Yeah. That's the death. Is the black is the carbon, and it's just one side. We just want you to think of death and not living anymore. You know, it's get rid of the living.
Yeah. No more thoughts of living.
It's like chess. You know, chess is a huge one to me because I didn't really play games. You know, I did get addicted to one bloody game where I had to play it all the way through. It was Tom Clancy's A Splinter Cell, right?
Oh,
but the only reason I liked it was because you could sneak up behind someone and like put them to sleep, and then they wake up a bit later. So I finished the entire game by doing that, sneaking around and just doing it that way. I couldn't kill anyone. I'm like, so I got addicted to it, and then I realized my addictive personality and went, right, I'm never playing a video game ever again. So it's like some drugs. You go, I'm never ever doing that again. It was amazing, but I'm never ever doing that again. Right? Once is enough. Yeah.
They're supposed to be making that into a film.
Are they?
Yeah, Splinter Cell. Yeah,
I think they've done a few Tom Clancy's. So yeah.
I mean,
there's so much keys in all these films and stuff as well when you analyze them. Like the last one I watched was a new one because I'm like, that's my news too. By the way, I watch. Okay, so what's the new film coming out or whatever? And it's like Tomorrow War.
Yeah.
It's like when the kids come back from the future. And then bring basically the children come back from the future and warn about this nasty new horrific thing that's happening down the track in the future, and they're these horrible alien things, right? And guess what they're called? They're called white spikes actually, and they shoot spikes out. Interesting. You know, protein's usually white, so spike protein. I'm not saying anything. Anyway,
you get so down.
But the plot, everything, it's just like, okay, yep, that's the plot you're going with.
Well,
it's crazy.
I suppose if you didn't investigate and look at these things, I mean, like I said, I did the video, and when I found out that, like, obviously Janus represents a lot of things, and obviously in India, he represents, you know, not just Ganesh and Shiva, but you got Shiva at CERN doing that with the hands at the 10-10 position.
Yep.
And you'll see that on a lot of advertisements for clocks. I mean, you've only got to...
Yes. Yeah, it's like in photos too. Yeah, old photos. Wow.
And I mean...
towers, you know.
Definitely. I mean, even Bill Gates, they call him, and he said, this is his famous quote. I mean, this is how the 11 is ridiculous. There's no secret. I worked extremely hard, but only 11 people said yes. It could be any number. Absolutely any number, and he decided.
Those 11 made me a millionaire. He said 11 twice there. Yeah. Wow.
And then he has this is his rules for living.
11 rules. Oh yeah, of course.
So that's him doing all this. It's like
Playing the part.
yeah, playing the part. I mean, and his name in Latin is doorway. Do you know
It's
what I mean?
all of the Mason knowledge and all of that too. It's all about equilibrium. It's all about balance. It's all about 11, right?
Yeah,
and that's balancing.
You got we were talking about last time the Montauk project, like mind control, psychic ability.
Montauk.
Right now, the character from that's supposed to be best, isn't it? Called 11, and it's in that Netflix series Stranger Things. Her name's 11.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So,
that's a name. It's like even like Elvin. Elvin is 11. You know.
It's just crazy how all this stuff we see, and we just got to, you know, do is sometimes I'm like, do I have to? Should I say anything or not? And it sometimes, you know, you just have to sometimes bite the bullet, and people might not, you know, like it.
You have a very strong.
Thank you much, and they will claim that you're putting porno up on your channel. Apparently,
not again, Bernie. Not again. You're not letting those people on.
When they did the vowel shift that I've talked about, 11 days skipped. Why 11? Why couldn't it be 10 or 12 or 13? It had to be that number.
It's an arbitrary number. 11.
Yeah. I know it's a prime, obviously prime number in a lot of things, but it obviously could be anything else, and that's just what intrigues me. Why is it
10 is a 10's a completion, 10's 1 0 completion, and 1 is then the new beginning. So you've got a completion and a beginning. So that's 11 too.
A lot of people are talking about that.
The 1 and the 0, they go
that
in perpendicular to each other, and it's like you go like this, and then it's like that, and you're going into counter space. And
yes, the cross.
The next dimension, you cross in plane to plane.
Yeah. X marks the spot.
Yeah. And what's funny is X marks a spot.
Boom, boom. Yep. That's
because it's a doorway, it's a transition, it's a portal, it's somewhere, you know, to go, to dig, and X across always breaks down to 11. You know what I mean? And you can look at it different ways.
So that's at words too. That's at the crossroads.
Yeah.
And I went down to the crossroads. Oh, you went to see Janus, did you?
And look how many things we've seen with crossroads and crossroad demons, selling your soul to get something. So you're transitioning yourself, getting a gift, but you only get, you know, certain amount of time, and it's a crossroad. And people forget that he's tied to the Vatican. You know what I mean? And it's just it's like so interesting when you find something it ties to a lot of things. That blew my mind. It's like tying it to obviously the Rome, supposedly obviously, you know, Romulus and Remus, but also the day it was founded, they found Rome was on the 21st, and they're always talking about Agenda 21.
The foundation was found.
Yeah, 21. And the name of the person whose festival that day was called Pales. Now, Pales is supposedly named after Palestine. So you can see what's going on in that region, tying, obviously, Palestine to God, Pales, and Rome. So it has a far stretch
Stone
for those dates.
That's like Einstein. Stein is stone.
Yeah.
So it's one stone. He's an idiot, basically. Yeah.
And then you have all. Isn't it just amazing?
It really resonated with me when you said door. When you started, when you related it to the door, it just hit me because I've been talking about a door for a very long time in terms of healing and changing the mind state, changing this. And the way I did it for myself in terms of changing my programming was actually with a door, with door frames and doors.
Yeah.
You know, because how many doors do you go through in one day? You know?
Yeah, and the doorway effect.
You're always going through doors every single day. So what I did was with NLP and all of this sort of stuff, hypnosis, self-hypnosis, attach things to that door. So attach states to that door, and it's simple. You stand in the door, you change your state, you breathe right, you posture right, you feel good, you get a good image and bring it into your heart, you change your state, and then you walk through the door, which means like every door that you go through, that will trigger that state, and you'll be the guy smiling when you come into the room. And you know, it's first impressions mean everything, right? It's that first image through the door that we're seeing.
And that ties to obviously the doorway effect. People have mentioned the band The Doors. He supposedly died on the 21st too. But what did he say opens doors? Your mouth. People are known to open doors. So the word, the word, anagram for the word is door, and people think there's a W on the end there, but that is the old saying for door. That is the etymology, and it also means oak tree. So you know, you still got that.
Doors made out of made out of wood. Oak's a good one because it's dense or whatever as well, so it becomes a good door.
So you know what I mean? I was blew away when I found that. I thought, you know, how can it anagram the word of God? And obviously, because it popped up in John 1:1, which is 11, and then I found out door, and it's not like it's just crazy. It's like, really, am I seeing this? It's and you get the little chill, the little, you know, adrenaline rush that you found something, and you go like I go like a little kid.
Yep. And there's the confirmations. That's what you're chasing too, because those confirmations are the exciting part. You know, you go, boom, and there it is again. And you're not doing anything. You're just following life. You're just following a trail, following a path. And it's all just put in front of us, you know.
Shabagala said the word is spoken with oak in the middle. You know what I mean? So it just, you know, it's just weird when you look at things like that, and it's like, really? You know what I mean? And that's why I do that spell etymology series, not because I just want to look at words differently. You know what I mean? And you find interesting things from these words that are relevant. It's not the case of me looking at a word and go, right, I'll make some shit up and there you go, guys. It's like, I'll show you it is relevant in some way.
Yeah, I always think too, because I recapitulated my life back to like, I think it was grade 2 is where I learned words. Like they teach you this stuff like really early on, and then they go, but this is the way we're doing it. So this is how words work, and this is how they're put together and stuff. But now we're doing it this way, you know. And it's bizarre because when I learned that, I'm like, oh, you know, and then that got me onto relearning words again. And it's like the root of it, the sir, the sub, all of this sort of stuff. So I was like, oh, when did I learn that? Did I learn that? Because I knew this. You know, so subconsciously we are doing all of this as well. We're doing the etymology, but it's just bringing it into that awareness, breaks that spell too. So that's like in terms of the spell we're under, that's massive spell breaking is just understanding the words and the meanings. Like the only meaning that means anything is your meaning. But if you have a lot of data and a lot of information, you can make a really good meaning for yourself as well. You know, it's where you change it and it becomes, it's that judo move. So you're flipping it around and making it work for you, you know, basically, which is the transformation, which is through the doorway. You know, it's the balancer. So you must see both sides. So you have to see, you know, you have to be in the door and see this side and that side to see the entire picture. So Jaina sees the entire picture, which is... Again, that Ouroboros too. So you see that Ouroboros, the zero, the infinity as well, coming into everything, like the Shiva, like the, you know.
When people are like talking, we see it all, don't we, all the time? And you'll get the meme on public, and it'll be like people talk about NASA and how what NASA means in Hebrew, and then you'll get someone complaining that actually doesn't mean this in Hebrew, blah blah blah. And that, for the last years, I've been telling people I've had a meaning for NASA for years. I mean, NASA in Latin means to catch a fish or a trap or a snare. You know what I mean? That's in place. There's no way you can lie about it. Do you know what I mean? But there's my Latin. I have a proper standalone, you know. And
they stand true to that meaning, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah. So if people,
true, you know? Like,
you know what I mean? If you don't want to use what NASA means in Hebrew. I mean, in Latin, it's telling you it's a trap. NASA's a trap, a snare.
Well, look at this. Like one of my breakdowns was corona, right?
Yeah.
And which is like, for me, I break it up into what's the middle of the word. So the middle is the meaning for me, the meditation, the middle. Where's the middle? The middle is always the root word, the core. So it's on. So it's pressure, something on something, so it's core on a being meaning singular. So it's on one thing. It's on the core. It's on the core, on a core, corona. Core is also heart. So it's on the heart. Tell me I'm fucking wrong now, because it does mean that as well as a lot of other breakdowns for that, which is also corona, because the corona is the part that's on the core. It's the corona is the plasma outside of the core, right? But it's on the core, right? Corona is always on the core, and the core would be the queen with the fucking crown on top, and then so it's the corona is on the core. Tell me I'm wrong with the heart inflammation going on at the moment, right?
Well, and what's funny is that what do they call it when you have problems with your heart and you have an attack? It's a cardiac.
Cardiac.
Yeah,
right.
And Janice's lover, his name is Cardia. So you got his lover, who's the hinge, called Cardia, tied to that. And originally, if you remember, it was originally called
Hinge is 2 as well. D is 2.
It was called, wasn't it called the novel coronavirus, meaning the Roman crown disease?
Yep.
Who's Rome?
Novel,
the guy who set it up. And you know what I mean? It's
Novel.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
So it's just mad, isn't it, when we you put it in plain sight for people like that, and these people
comes into context later. Down the road, it comes into context,
and you're like, wow. So that just intrigued me, and it's like all that stuff that you've had about Travis Scott and Tavis Scott, what you mentioned that week, and then you see his signature. What number pops out there right in the middle?
4.
Yeah,
11.
And 11.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
it's like, why is there 2 there? Oh, well, there's a.
I mean, look at another concert poster. That I don't have to tell you what that
money
means.
has 2, because that always confused me when they changed it to 1, and I'm like, where's this money symbol with the 1, which is American, I think, but Australian it's like with 2. So I always saw it with the 2. I'm like, oh. But then they changed it, so
yeah, it's crazy. You just like really, and sometimes you do
the line through the S, by the way, too. I guess the line through the S, when you flip it on its side, that shows you the sine wave, the frequency. Wave. So they're trying to set the frequency with money,
and that's what I've always talked about: is a frequency of negativity, like evil, sin.
Well, you pointed out those lines in the symbols too, where you've got the frequencies and going up. That line of frequency going up, which is everything is. It's like a coil too. So you watch it on the side, and it's that. That's exactly what you see as a coil going up. That blew my mind. Because it's like, yes, and that shows all the connections. Most of the symbols do.
Yeah. And it's obviously, so, it just gets me like, was it like predestined? Because I said, I found them originally by just researching Genoa. And that's where the first come. Obviously, I knew about it. Obviously, tied to January, because every time you're on social media and it's December or January, you get an influx of, did you guys know January, Jonas, and all that? And you're doing it all to him. You know what I mean? And then you leave it at that. And then to be looking into it and think, you know what,
Jim?
Yeah, we have a ritual, like I said, in this country, and we've always done it, and you've never thought about it. It's like on New Year's Eve, you open your front door and then close the back door simultaneously. Either open the back door or the front door, and you're supposed to let the new year through your house. Well, obviously, it's going through the doors, and it's jealous. You know what I mean? And that is why if they're doing anything,
interesting that thing too, like the devil or whatever, you have to open it, you have to invite, you have to open the door.
Yeah, devil at the door.
Yeah. Because there's a lot like that, like offers and stuff as well, legally and law and all this sort of stuff as well, where it's like, well, you're opening the door.
Yeah.
Don't open the fucking door. Like,
devil, obviously, evil, and then you got the D, the delta, and then if you just take away the D, you got O in rowing, and we're all tied to maritime law and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So,
CT, yep, the city.
Yeah. And people always like, well, we have maritime law, all this, and isn't it coincidence that Janos's old other name he goes by is
Mar time. Mar the time. If you mar something, what are you doing? If you're marring your time, it's such a word to start with, right?
And then people are talking about Noahide law, Jizara, and well, Janis's other name is Noah. It's not me making it up, but you know what I mean? And it tells you he brought people and he taught people how to build walls and the law.
Yeah.
In books.
Yeah,
so
block. Yeah. There's no door in a wall, you know?
Yeah. Just the law.
Yeah. Which is it's a block. It's a wall that's put up in front of everyone. That's just bloody perfect.
Yeah, they don't want us to get through it. They want us to be surrounded by it and not talk to anyone, not to jump over the wall, not to peep over the wall.
Isolation.
Yeah. Constant
People
isolation.
are putting themselves in the walls and the boxes, you know.
And it's like
the
anagram of
the door in winter and let open the windows, open the doors, and let the air flow through.
Yeah.
It's energy flowing.
I'm trying to find it now. I don't know if I showed you that already. The anagram of the law means wealth. You know what I mean? So it's.
So say their law, it's all about time and money. That's what I say. It's either you're giving your time or your money or both. So that makes sense to me.
Build it here, the he will come or they will come. The exchange, doesn't it? But
if you build it, he will come.
Yeah, and then they will come. It's, different versions. And
I remember
they want us to all wall ourselves in and not see the synchronicities when the universe provides the doors for the next chapter of your life.
Doors are open. A lot of the doors are open. You just have to walk through them,
Or
because that's the thing too. Like I see the lemon. The lemon is our kind of our doorway, right? So you've got subliminal, and surliminal, which is conscious awareness, and you're dropping that line. You're dropping that lemon. You're putting that door in its rightful place because someone shut the door. Right? They put the door over here. You're further away. You can't see everything. You see it more one-sided. Yeah. And that's kind of
all part of the wall, isn't it? We're just another brick in the wall, and that makes you think then is if we're building a wall, who keeps the wall intact? Well, a mason. And then obviously then you have people that broke away from that because they didn't want to do that, and they were free from the mason, so they became the Freemasons.
Yep. And they got Freemasonry as well. They just rocked up and went, "Oh, houses! Let's divvy up all the houses, shall we? You can have this one. Rockefeller gets most of them. He can donate them to all the universities and stuff and control all them." Absolutely ridiculous. Found everything. Found nation.
Yeah. Did just walk through? Oh, trip. There's another city. We'll have that one.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have to do some digging here.
Founded by facade. Founded by facade. The robber baron country.
Facade is huge. That would be a good one to do a spell etymology on.
I keep meaning to do a video as well because that's a good friend of mine. Just because you forget about certain topics, don't you? Because obviously you do that much and you just forget. And she just piqued me interest again the other day talking about, if people heard of like the Egyptian god Neith. Yeah, and she's known as, the web. And another name she goes by is Net. Well, what are we on now?
Yeah.
The internet. You know what I mean? The web. So I always keep meaning to go back to
the web's the internet.
Yep.
Oh, what a web we weave.
Exactly. And she's obviously a creation god, you know what I mean? Supposedly the first. I mean, he had many of them, obviously, but you know what I mean? He got full in Egypt because obviously you got Ptah as well, which is Peter and Ptah, father. You know what I mean? I know what they're doing with the swabs. Ah, Ptah. You know what I mean? So all these things.
Door, the mouth.
Yep. Another door. There's not like it's like they're trying to find all things, isn't it?
Let alone the door to the fucking mind as well, the blood-brain barrier and shit as well.
And people always talk. Obviously, I talk about Peter being Janice as well, anyway. And Peter by the cockroach 3 times, and you people don't even realize that.
Paper. Keen cock.
With Janice, they're just showing you he's just the same person. In plain sight, and on the holy door, you know, in the Vatican, there's a holy door, and it's St. Peter's door, and you open it in a very, very, you know, it's X amount of years. It can be 11 years 1 year, or it could be 25 in another, and he always puts his hand on the door with a cock, and it's just, you know, a holy door to St. Peter. I just like sharing different things with people. It just
and that's that's what I've done forever. I think it's just
I love
those things that I find interest are usually mysterious, unknown things, you know. And I would have thought everyone. This is what got me by surprise. I would have thought everyone was interested in the unknown, but it's kind of not. It's like everyone's been trained to be fearful of the unknown. So it's like, I don't want to open my mind because that's the unknown, you know. And it's like, well, no, that's actually that's the exciting part. It's like, what you know, it's not really exciting. I know how to do that. And now I want to, which is what I keep saying is the magic for me is, you know, what is magic? Magic is something like when I see a magic trick or whatever, and I work out how it's done, it's not magic anymore. It was that first time when it was unknown, it was magic. So for all I'm doing is just searching for more magic. You know,
reading Henry's
break it down.
He said he likes the theory of time glitch surrounding the robber barons and the residue of the mud flood. People obviously don't believe in time, or they say it's a man-made construct. But if you look at time backwards, it's emit. So we're emitting time. Now, if you think about it, I've just talked about how, from the serpent, we are Tartarus and we're holding a titan in us in a prison. What are we made up of? Cells. So we're full of cells, and supposedly to fate or God, creation, whatever religion you pay for, our time, our life is set out. I mean, the fates, the 3 norms, you know, the wet, the we, the woven, know when you're going to die. So obviously, is that your prison sentence? Are you sentenced to X amount of period in this realm carrying this? So obviously, time emitting from you is, you know, it's just energy. You know, when we're getting older, you get grey hairs. It's just the energy. When we're excited, the energy goes faster because, you know, we're propelling through it. It's just crazy.
Well, there's a moment too. I've been thinking about this a lot because it's like when I crashed my car, I got hit in the back and I did a pirouette across 4 lanes, and that pirouette was slow motion, and that's where I experienced that change of time. And it's like, yes, I'm emitting this, and now why did it change? Did it slow down in frequency? Did my heart rate slow down, or did it increase in frequency so fast that this world is at a lower frequency? So as you're seeing, you're experiencing a lower frequency, a slower frequency. You know, and I think it's the latter where you're increasing that frequency so much. You know, it's like a burst,
so much energy,
more energy. So yeah, it's amazing too because. It's like that's really what told me to, like, going through that experience that time is It's not how I think. It's not what I think it is. It is something that's actually emitting. It's breathing. It is breathing with us as well. It's the same as like when I look at the sun. Like you see that beautiful analemma, right?
Yeah.
You know, they show you this, but that's set to a clock. You know, if you didn't have the watch, say, and you say, well, I'm going to make a marker. What's the marker? And my marker is noon, like when the sun's at its highest point, and I can find that really easy with a stick. You know, it's like bang, and I take a photo every time the shadows stray when the sun's in the middle, noon. You'll just get a straight line. You won't get an analemma, will you? You know, but then what is the time showing us? The time is showing us that this is breathing in and out. This cycle is breathing in and out. So it's not perfect time like that. No, it's contracting, expanding, contracting, expanding. Same as that spark gap where it expands and contracts. But in the contraction is also waves getting lower and lower or dampening and dampening out, you know, which is also harmonics, you know, big bursts of energy, which is high frequency bursts, basically. Which is what I think most of the old buildings and stuff were doing. We're raising these frequencies in these, so it's amplifying natural harmonics, and that's like that's the tech, that's the technology. It's just supporting us, and we are the technology. We're the highest technology. It's like the internet being, and you know, that's the web that's tangling. But we already have a web in nature. We already have this ether in nature.
I wonder if DC, like the old DC electricity throughout like the cathedrals, throughout everything, you see all these old pictures where they, in the glass plasmas, they've captured like people in it and whatnot, like entities with faces.
Well, they've trapped information.
Yeah, but it's like, was that old DC system wired in a way that like we were actually able to project our consciousnesses, where we were in tune with like the spiritual realm on a whole higher technological level, as well as spiritual conscious level, but like technologically as well,
where
like,
spirit is part of the tech, because that's what we're missing as
and
part of the tech.
that's it too.
Yeah, it's like you cannot help but increase your everyone. You cannot help but increase your vibration, magnify. This is what I say about, but this can also be detrimental as well, depending on your own frequency, your own imbalance. This is why I say, you know, first you need to balance yourself. You know, balance those capacitors so that, you know, when you raise that frequency, magnify more, it's actually what you want. It's not more suffering, you know, it's actually going with nature. So harmonizing with nature, which is your balance, you know, put your hand on the ground and say, you know, we are in this together, you know, we are in this together, right? You use their words against them basically, but that connects.
Like I said, you only attack because a lot of the politics and what they do, it's all reactive, isn't it? So as soon as people say enough's enough,
which is why it's working more now than ever, because of the hypnosis. People are only in their emotional centers, so it's all based on emotion at the moment. That's the only thing, the reaction.
I mean, I was talking, I go to the gym, like I said, I get a bit of period in the morning where people come in and just watch, you know, my mum, like respite type of thing. And so I get some exercise done, hit the gym. Now I'm going there and I can't get in the gym, and I have like old men, you know, in the 70s and 80s, always talking to me, because obviously I talk, you know, I treat people and I talk like this as I'm talking now to everyone I meet. You know what I mean? I don't stop. I don't have an off switch or anything like that. And I always talk to this one guy, John, and John, this Janice. What's funny is, he was talking about the law and different things. I said, well, you do know about maritime law. And he was like, and I've just given him a brief. He says, well, I said, well, I'll make it easy, Phil. When you go into a court, what does it look like? And he said, it looks like a boat. And I went, well, there you go. And he's 82. And he didn't even know that. And he's like,
they all know, like, But have they questioned it themselves?
Yeah.
You know, they go, "Oh, yeah, it does look like a boat."
I say that to him, and he's had different things, and he knows that.
It's the charge too. It's electricity and the water. Remember that too. It's not just water, because it's you've charged, you're polling, you know, all of that as well. So it's electricity running through water, which is also the dollar symbol as well, where you've got the snake.
Yeah.
So you turn it on the side, you've actually got water waves, water ripples. So it's electricity, the bolt.
And he just like, it's like I've just shocked him to the core, and I was like, and I said to him, listen, that you've only seen not even a smidge. I said, and look at you. Do you know what I mean? And he started off not being bad with me, you know, but he knows I haven't the vaccine or anything like that, and he was talking to me, and he's had it. You know, I mean, he's 82, I think he is, and I basically, you know, by just talking to him, I said, listen, how can you trust a politician? He says they have an agenda, the criminals, the paedophiles. And I said, I could go to anyone in this gym and ask them, do you trust a politician? And I can guarantee 9 out of 10 of you will say, no, I don't trust them. I said, well, why are you trusting them with your life then? And that's up to the core.
I've said that so many times as well. It's like one of my first questions is, do you trust the government? No, but you are now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you thought about it?
They can't get the head in it. And that's the moment he clicked, because he knew what I was going to say. Well, I knew, and he went, I know, you don't have to tell me, Paul. You know what I mean? And that's the moment he changed. Now, every time I
don't want to go there.
Yeah, he asked me, and he's like, what else can you tell me? And, you know, so I spend more minutes with him, but not doing anything, because he just wants to know everything now when he's 82.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And he's just learning now.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't matter. It's like your interest is your child too. So if you're going forward, you know, in your child, which is curiosity and interest, that's what it's about. And then age, there's no matter for the age. You see, then that age is just not worth worrying about or thinking about at all. It's just a process for us to do that, to use our mind, to have interest. Because you lose the interest, you're dying too. Like most people say, oh, I'm middle-aged. But as soon as you say that, you're setting up that limit for yourself, aren't you? Where you go, so whatever you call middle-aged, which is whatever, you know, I don't know how people pick a number, but they do. And go, so, oh, hey, you're dying now.
The thing you just said there in the chat, and this is not, I'm just showing information. Nicholas Trey said the North Star is in exactly the same place as it always has been, but it's not always been the North Star. Do you know what I mean? And people don't know that.
Yeah.
Polaris hasn't always been the North Star. It's been Theban, and it's been other stars in its life, in ancient
title.
Yeah, in antiquity. Yeah, it cycles. It has different stars. I think our next one's in 200 years or something. But you know, when the pyramids were done, it was Theban, and that's the Draco constellation, which obviously is why we have a lot of serpent worship, because at that time that was the North Star that they looked up to.
And it's not center either. It's not center either, by the way.
No.
You know, it's a little bit off, which actually shows the 4 cycles, because it goes into the 4 quadrants. So like Ed Lead Scarlin's calendar, and you could look through, and he had a crosshair. Crosshairs, that's another one. The cross, but there's crosshairs, which is 11.
Ed Lead Scallon.
I love Ed Lead Scarlin, magnetic current. I've learned so much from him. And just opening your mind in terms of electricity and magnetics, allowing me to think of it differently, not the mainstream, because you just set with the mainstream. And if you set with the mainstream like that, there's nothing to discover or rediscover as well, because there is.
Talk about Polaris. Well, Polaris has 2 other stars. There's 3 of them. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Is it A and B also with Polaris, or 1 and 2? They call it A or B, or 1 and 2, whatever. But you know what I mean? There is more Polarises too, and they're just behind them. You know what I mean? It's just behind the main Polaris, and we don't know that. You know what I mean? Unless you look, sometimes they don't make information easy for you to find. You know what I mean?
It's the hiding. It is there though too. Yeah, have you noticed that when you're ready to find it, it turns up, but that happens on a massive scale. So where did all this information, where did these books come from, blah, blah, blah? It comes because we asked for it.
Yeah.
We manifest.
Yeah. And that's what, it's why, don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect. And sometimes I will say, oh, I believe in this type of thing, but I don't. You know
if you were perfect, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah. I try and look at it as information because, like you just said, where's this information come from? Do you know what I mean? Is it meant for good or bad or neither? Is it how you interpret that is either good and evil? You know what I mean? So we always find things because you'll make a video, won't you? Or you guys will make a video and people say, well, to be honest, you're giving it more energy. But in a no-win situation, it is, do you mention whatever you're talking about to give it energy or do you keep shut? You know what I mean? Like I said,
but also what type of energy are you giving it? You know, because I say like a lot of this negativity, positivity stuff can be just gotten out of the way. Really, it's because it's about how that intent. What is that intent?
Well, you need both, don't you? You need positive and negative.
Right. So that's a matter of perspective. So you need more information, more perspectives to expand that perspective to gain a higher perspective, which is a larger, broader perspective.
I mean, to be honest,
more information.
If you just had positive, there's nothing stopping it. It's just one thing. You need the negative to have the balance to stop. You know what I mean? To push back.
But it's the awareness and the knowledge to know what is what. To know, because if you're looking at it like all one thing, you haven't made that distinction anyway. So the more information actually shows you the spectrum,
and
which allows us to balance. That's all we're doing is the balancing.
And this always gets me because it's not me. It's like my research your brain, and where you have to try and be objective. You know, when you look at information and not. So you know what I mean? Is that when you find, like for instance, like the Enoch and the Dead Sea Scrolls, it was that meant to be found, like you just talk about, or did they release it to give you a different perspective and keep you basically trapped in life? Well, there's it flying around. So if you think about being trapped in this life, well, trapped obviously is trap and part. You know what I mean? So we're a part of this place, we're also a trap in this place. So we need to, try and enjoy it. And obviously, we don't learn, though, until we have something negative, because that's how we learn.
I say, do or do not. There is no.
I don't know. Somebody just decided to bombard me.
I always pick up when people say try, and the reason is because of my hypnosis and all that training, because I use that. I use that as one of the most strongest spells ever cast. I can get you to do whatever you want if I, or not do with that word. It is such a strong, because as soon as it's try, it's a fail. It's like I'll get someone to clamp their hands together and it's imagination. So I'll get them to imagine clamping and the gluing, and it's getting stronger and tighter. The more you think about it, stronger and tighter with every breath, blah, 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 right? And now I want you to try and release your hands. I want you to try and release your hands and find that you can't. And that's a demand as well, but that's just going in. And if you set up the circumstances right, that just goes in as a command, an order for the chaos, right? The door, the balancing point. Because what's happened is, what I've done in terms of that too is actually put someone out of balance, and then give a command. So put it back into balance, so it's going through the door. It's basically it. Or moving.
It's so funny though, isn't it? Because every time, and it's true, because every time you mention door, there's someone in the chat or you or me, and we know what we're saying inside. We go, Janice, don't say that. And that's just so funny because I even have to laugh at it, because more and more people are talking about it now, and they'll see Janice in the press or whatever, and they automatically think of me. You know what I mean? It's so funny.
Every god or whatever, too, of all of them have to have a relationship with Janice. So that's so many names, of course. Yes, because they all have a relationship or stemmed from Janus in some way as well.
Yeah. And like I said, that's just his Roman name. Do you know what I mean? It's a people always say, well, they didn't have an I and all. That's just the Roman name, and that got changed from obviously Inus, Inus, Ianus. You know what I mean? And he's had many names in different. You know, you might know him as Apollo, you might know him as Diana or Diane. You know what I mean? So he's gone by many names, and he's obviously Hermaphrodite. I can't say that word. What was it? Hermaphrodite, whatever it is. What
Hermaphrodite.
There we go. Yeah, he has both. I always get it on that little silent P.
I do this to my mum all the time to trip her up. It's like it's argan oil or something, and I'll say something completely different, and she's like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" But because I've said it like that, she has to think for so long to get the actual word. And I'm staring at her, and you just go, argan oil. Oh!
Argon.
I like to play with people sometimes.
Yeah, it's just funny because people, you know, that's why I try and promote, because I had problems, and I mean only, you know, like speech impediments and different things. I used to have a really bad one, and then getting more confidence in work life and, you know, standing up for people, because I don't like bullies. You know what I mean? So that even I've stood up to people, and it comes out, and the more you do it. So I always say to people in the chat, you know, it's hard getting a channel. Don't get me wrong. It's not the easiest thing. It's not the case of just making a channel and watching the people come in. You're going to get some idiots. You're going to get some good people. You know what I mean? You can't go anywhere in life, but use it as a hobby or brain training or helping your mental awareness, because there's a lot of people that you meet. You know what I mean? We need it. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I wish I never showed my face. I mean, you know what I mean? And I'm talking, it's just like, oh, well, I've done it once, I may as well carry on now. You know what I mean? It's it's just one of those.
I've walked through the door. The other door is open. It's easy. Yeah.
There's not going to be a video of me like long hair and everything on YouTube, because I've been doing it. I've only been making videos and talking maybe 2-3 years. You know what I mean? So I'm new to it. It's opened my eyes a lot. It does, doesn't it? And you do age a little bit. It's just terrifying, but it's also good. You know what I mean? Especially when you get a message from someone that says you've turned their life around, you've helped them. Yeah. I mean, you do get emotional. You know what I mean? I'm not sorry to say that, but you know, when someone's had it hard, and just watching a couple of minutes of your video, it's helped them. I mean, why would you not feel, wow, all that negativity I get and attacked by people just made it worthwhile just for that one person? And that's why I always say, pay it forward. If I've helped you in any way, just please do something good for one person. Talk to someone who's never had a word said to him. Because you know, you see people, don't we, when we're walking around town, or if you can still walk around town, or your village or whatever, and you see people with heads down and they don't talk. No one talks to them. You know, they live on their own, or they got. They
are the interesting conversations, by the way.
Yeah.
They are always the interesting conversations.
And that's why I always tell that story, and I talk to that old man John and that old story. I'll try not to cry, because every time I say it, I always cry. But I used to, like I said, you've heard it before, and I've said it a few times in videos. I run a lot, and I used to say hello to this guy who sat on a bench in the park. No one ever talked to him. And I used to stop, fasten my laces, have a drink. Hello, you know, how's your day been and all that, blah, blah, blah. And then he told me, like, weeks later, that he was going to commit suicide that day because no one ever talks to him. And you mean, do you know what I mean? And
wow.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Even to this day, and it was years ago, that gets, I mean, you've changed someone for the better then. Do you know what I mean? And that's why I always say to people, say hello to someone. If they don't talk, by all means, obviously you can't force people, but smile, acknowledge them, do one good deed a day. Because, you know, and if they accept you, and then obviously ask them to do one good deed a day. Because we've got too many bad deeds. We need a balance. And we know when the balance needs changing, because obviously we can see it in how society reacts to us and people in general. So you know when the balance is out of whiff, because it's obvious. You don't need to be, you know, So do one good deed a day for a person and make sure they know to do the same. And it's just people need to do it. And that's why I keep promoting week in, week out. Do it.
And
you know what I mean?
your world expands.
Yeah,
Your
don't be going like
world
running
expands.
naked down the street and saying, Paul said do one good deed a day. And you know, man, running naked makes me feel good. No. Don't blame me. There's my disclaimer. People
Good
know
deed.
what to do.
Absolutely right. Mm.
we
And it's
just-
like also it's like do one good deed for yourself as well, you know.
Yeah, and don't forget yourself, because that's what we do. We do forget about ourselves, innit? It's like you have to look after yourself to look after other people. You know what I mean?
That is like for me, you know, I learned a lot of health stuff, you know, everything kind of came back to health for me, and it was a huge part of what I was going through and everything as well. But it's only when I realized, you know, because I'd have a lot of advice for people, but I wasn't doing it myself, you know, so it was when I did it myself, you know, and had the raw experience, had the experience of it, that's when things become wisdom. And then you can help. Then you really can help. You know, you're speaking from experience at that point, and that has a greater amplitude. You know, that frequency has a greater amplitude, means more for people. So it was like a kick in the ass for me. It was like, do what you say, you know, be who you are, you know. And it was when I started taking my own advice. It was like, oh, great. That's when I started improving.
Yeah. That's what one of our flaws, isn't it? We don't take our own advice.
Yeah.
If you're giving advice, you have to be able to take it, you know what I mean, your own advice. Because then, you know what I mean?
Otherwise, you're adding a vice, right?
Yeah.
You know? Don't be doing that.
See, I'm going to blame you guys again. So if anyone's subscribed to my channel, the reason I'm not making any content is because of Callum and BurnEye. blame them. It's all their faults, guys. Right, I've got to go, guys, because I've got a few things to do.
One more time, that video that you were talking about, that I'm going to play it here, that everybody can see. And those who have not witnessed Paul's actually amazing video making skills.
Don't blame me if you don't like it, guys. This is clever. Right, I'm going to go. Have a good day, guys. Everyone in the chat, thanks for,
much love, brother. Thank you for coming on.
And for having me on again. Bye, guys. Take care.
Much love.
Awesome.
Oh, man. I can't believe I can believe it was only a matter of time before I got my first suspension. And they claimed that I was showing pornography. Clearly, it was fucking saboteurs that were trying to come on during the 48 hours.
The last one.
I
wonder if Cam should take it down, I guess, if it's...
Oh, it's already down. Because it was 48 hours, it didn't stay up. So
that's why it's yours and not Camp.
But it's the fact that it's gone, it's not even up, and then that still happens. Like, the only other thing I could possibly think of would be that, especially because it's down, it's like that just doesn't make sense that they would someone would see it and complain, or that they would see it and put it down. The only thing would be that the exact whoever paid those saboteurs, because there's so many of them, whoever's behind all of those saboteurs, then would have had the exact time that saboteur came on for the 2 seconds, maybe 5 seconds that very first time, and you're like, Bernie, you want to take that down? I couldn't even see it. It wasn't even showing on my screens, which was really messed up. But it's that must have been they would have known that exact time, put it in, and somehow gotten a clip of it or something. Who the hell knows? But clearly,
trolls just record it. They just recorded in,
right? It's either that, or the only
God's
thing
up,
I can possibly think of is I made a recent post again on Facebook against mocking the snowflakes. There was 42,000 snowflakes that signed a petition trying to get me banned from vending at a music festival, because I made a post on my Facebook saying the background was a rainbow, and the saying was, snowflakes of all color please feel free to delete yourself from my friends list. And literally that triggered a petition of 42,000 snowflakes to sign to try to get me banned from vending at a couple of music festivals. And like the best part is like the only thing they accomplished was the owner of that music festival adding me on LinkedIn the next day, which like he probably had no idea who the hell I was before that. So I was like, thanks guys. And they also got me a management in a musical media company, media manager position as well, because the guy just loved how
we're talking about doors, man. You know, like a lot of the time it's like a door closes for a reason. I do festivals as well, man. As a lighting designer, I do lighting designing for festivals, and I do a lot of them here. And haven't had much work this year in terms of the festivals, except for a government festival, which was funny because I haven't done the government festival for a while because I don't want to. Yeah, and so I'm wondering, why am I doing this? You know, I have to see something. There's a reason for this. And I just saw so much. I saw all the propaganda and all that. And it's like, oh, yeah, right. Well, this is not what I want to do. So it's a matter of sometimes you have to see it so you can make the choice, which means you have to experience it. You have to go through it, right?
Well, and that's
to know to close the door and move on.
You cannot appreciate the good unless you've lived through the bad, right? Like you have everybody. It's like when you're trying to like save young people by like helping them live vicariously through your mistakes, like don't make them. It's like everyone still has to. 99% of the time, they're still going to do it.
You've transmuted the bad.
They just have to experience it themselves, right?
You've transmuted the bad.
Yeah.
Which is finding the perspective, awareness, changing, gaining perspective, gaining knowledge, and then the awareness to deal with it, to change with it, to look at it. That's like looking at your pain. You know, if you don't admit you have pain to start with, right, or suffering or trauma, well, that's ignorance. You're just ignoring it still. So you'll never heal from it, if you don't look into it, right? Which is what, most modern drugs do, is just keep you away from looking into it.
Oh, they lower the vibrational state of your consciousness.
Oh, man, it's like
and since
heavy metals.
There's no spirit of that plant that you're connecting with. It's just fake, and that's why it shatters and it creates these holes that the parasites get in through, and you lose yourself in this reality. And
well, what are you giving up?
The demon comes through and forms that addiction that then you turn into the zombie, and you just chase the addiction and lose yourself, lose your soul, lose your consciousness because of all the karmatic strikes that you're taking in robbing from your friends, robbing from your family, lying, stealing, because you're not present in this reality. You're in the other dimension, chasing the bridge, not actually living the experience of
a fantasy world
realm and the interdimensional existence and consciousness.
And that's your own constructed fantasy. That's away from reality. That's your own misbalance away from reality, especially when it goes against nature, when it goes against natural law. Then it's imbalanced. We know that instinctively too, that we don't have to be taught, We don't have to be taught anything. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. We do not need to be taught anything. We know everything. You see, mostly we're taught limitations. So most of our work has been getting rid of those limitations. Breaking through to the other side. As the door's locked, so you break the fucking door. But that's what it needs too. A lot of the times, like, give me a peek, so you peek through the door, and that's what spirit does too. It gives you peeks. What's a peak? When we're talking electricity and stuff too, what's a peak? Same as the spark. That's a peak. Fluctuation.
Right. Good. That's why I love these multi-streams. Just so much knowledge sharing. Like I learn so much from it. Like you, Dave, Caleb, yourself.
Hey, that's me.
Got to say the wizard twice. Paul and especially autodidactic. And the biggest thing I've learned from autodidactic is to be autodidactic.
Right. You know, then that was the biggest resonance right at the start. I'm like, autodidactic?
Right.
There's someone else autodidactic as well? Well, I have to, you know, and it's questions, you notice too. It's there's so many questions because it's a quest eye on. You know, I'm on the quest.
Yeah. Oh,
so if you're not,
I love how you just said that.
And
then also
it's so
the
simple.
ion of that so modern physics and science is calling plasma particles ions, and they all get caught up on the ion this, ionize that, and like that there are all these different particles, and then it's like, no, it's just a monatomic single atom plasma state solid, right? And but it is the ion. We are all ions too, right? We are all these individual plasma conscious quantum beings.
Yeah. And it's also like what sounds the same is the same as well. So it's always shun.
Yeah.
What shines its light is I shun the light. It was shun. Yep. You know, as well. It's like there's many meanings, but the more meanings you know, the more data points you have a sense for it all. You know, because it's context as well, because meanings change with context. So, you know, knowing someone's context and knowing the context helps you to relate to everything else. It's like I could put everything in the context of the body, you know. Same as like glands. The glands are all balancing. The glands are all, each gland is a chakra point. You know, it's part of a chakra system. So like the heart, the thymus is part of that heart chakra, part of that vortex, right? Which is a balancing. All your glands balance. Like that's what your pineal gland is doing. You know, it's a melatonin, serotonin. This is a balance. You know, once we get all these balances too, right, back, which you can do physically as well, if you understand glands, hormones, food, you know, you can do, because the spirit, these bursts as well, something about the bursts, an influx of energy, same as if I lay someone on an altar and I'm vibrating them at a certain frequency, you know, so I'm enhancing, magnifying that frequency, bursting it, peaking it, you know, all this, everything that doesn't vibrate with that, which is your traumas and pain and all of this, have to fade away like sand, basically. You know, and that's natural law as well. So it's the strongest vibration.
Paul leaves, another joins the stream. Hello, Paul. So in the bottom now, you see that I've added a second coil to the capacitor that's already nano-coated in oxidized particles, as well as a new sheet of zinc, and then the copper coil that has a giant amount of charcoal or carbon growth on it is now producing a ridiculous amount of hydrogen popping up. And then you have all of these copper, monatomic copper, forming a couple of different layers of my electromagnetic, I guess, equilibriums. But it's insane because as it moves and goes along and whatnot, you'll observe a organized structure, like a intelligent sort of movement and collective build. It's just crazy.
Coherence. Like an organized structure is coherence. Yeah. Magnetic coherence, alignment, focus, intent.
Exactly.
You know? Which is magnifying, basically, like magnifying the element, which is also magnifying its effects on us. It's amazing. Each of those elements too being something different within the body as well, right? So all the different metals having access points within the bodies and the chakras as well. You know. basically on the core as well. That's why I was very interested in palladium, ruthenium for DNA repair and stuff like this. Because that metallic is, well, that salt, is specific to that.
Oh, absolutely.
So these are balancing. You can see there that it's a balance.
Yep, exactly. The coherence and the balancing between the anode and cathode plasmas.
Mm. God, wasn't it an interesting chat with Benjamin and Cam today? It was amazing.
I was like, for like the last few weeks,
getting into manifestation, man.
Guilty that I haven't looked into Ben's work more because I've just been so busy, and it's like I knew I needed to start watching. And literally, I was in like the deepest 16-hour sleep at that point. Just like woke up out of nowhere, picked up my phone, and it was like it just like popped up, and I was like, okay, time to watch it. He's with Campbell. Like, cool. Where did this come from? Campbell didn't even mention this last night. Click, and then it's like the first thing. You pop in there as well, and then it's like Campbell like mentions my work, and I'm like, all right, this is gonna be freaking amazing. And then he just drops so many different like esoteric side and like astrological side of the alchemy that I've been needing to look up myself since realizing that of the alchemy, discovering it and whatnot. And it's just like perfect synchronicity.
Yeah, have a look at the one he was talking about too with Lucas. His conversation with Lucas, amazing, because that's very. I don't know if you've seen any of Lucas Elsie King's work.
I don't think I have.
Have a look into it because he goes through a lot of the galvanic cell.
Ooh, okay.
A galvanic cell, which puts a lot of things together, but he does it alchemically as well. So their conversations are very interesting, And Benjamin goes through the real alchemy. He has a lab and goes through the spirogenics process and everything as well, the complete alchemical process. And he makes a lot of potions, wizard potions is all I can say, and sells them as well. So check him out.
I know about that aspect of it as well, like getting the oils and the amino acids, what the old alchemists called the spirit of the plant, out through the tinctures and whatnot, and then it's like you're just bringing out its resonant frequency, and then
how do you get more spirit
in that tincture, and that's how it works. It's actual real science. It makes perfect sense. And the pharmaceuticals don't want to know about it because then they're out of business, and so are the hospitals, and we're living for hundreds, if not thousands of years, especially when you also start eating the monoatomic gold, silver, a little bit of copper.
I don't mind saying for educational purposes all the time because of these.
Of course.
Only. Or
and educational. We are just talking
about to entertain the idea of
Matrix. Gaming the Matrix.
So we don't end up
choose to believe that the world is a what's the word? Computer simulation. God, it's so funny. The simulation dimension. But in the higher dimensional geometric model that I have come up with, it kind of like hurt a little bit to accept it when I realized this the other day, that like might be like the 8th or 7th, maybe even 9th dimension is the simulation dimension, where it actually is like just straight number programming, because numbers are a dimension, so are fractals. And it's like that is where the people that are like it's a simulation, they must be connected to that dimension of it all. And like people who are like, oh, mathematics is stupid, oh, numbers are stupid, we just invented it. It's like, no, we discovered part of it, and they're do some DMT, or for entertainment purposes only, mushrooms or something, acid, something like that, and you will visualize the actual number or fractal dimensions, right? Like,
think of synesthesia as well. Think of synesthesia as well, where a lot of people don't see numbers at all. They see shapes and colors, but have relation to the numbers.
Those are two other of the dimensions, which it's like
attributes.
either going in one
numbers have attributes,
or the other vector of the visual spectrums of the dimensions and how your brain processes it. And it's like they say we only use 15% or whatnot. And it's like I guarantee that when you're at 100%, you're interpreting and seeing, or like thinking, consciously experiencing all of the dimensions at once.
That's what I say. That's what I say is the 15. The 15 I say is the limit, you know, where that limit is. Where it should really be 50-50 as far as I see it, in the balance of this place, it should really be 50-50.
Well,
you know, there is.
And here's the thing, though: 50%, half of that is like the numbers, the logical side, and then the other half is the colors, the geometry, and the other dimensions, right? So it's like, it's all
left brain, right
brain. Some going into the micro, some going into the macro sort of steez.
Yep. Yeah. Left brain, right brain. It's all about the because that's the capacitor as well. So balance your capacitors. That's what I say. You know, because that's all it is too. When you earth yourself, you balance your capacitor balances. It's natural law. You know, your mind balances and you think balanced thoughts. you know, if you allow it, because we have habits. We keep stopping ourselves from doing it. But if you would just allow, which is what earthing helps us to do as well, when we have that connection, you know, where the ions are balanced, right? Our electrical nature is balanced. So I think always that's step one, you know, which is what is happening here with this electricity too. That's the third thing, you know, is the neutral. And what is the neutral here? Well, the neutral is the water. You know, what is between the two, and it was talking about those two frequencies, you know, manifesting a metal, right? And I was relating it in the chat to Star in a Jar. It's the exact same fucking thing, but you're doing it with light, so you're manifesting light. And what is it? I mean, it's that negative. You've created a static space. Yeah, the scalar wave. You've basically created a scalar bubble, in an actual bubble in the Star in the Jar experiment, right?
Oh, and so I have.
So you're manifesting from the void, what you call antimatter. You know, you're manifesting from the void. Yeah.
And I have to find the video of it's like bluey energy something bluey energy, but this guy is putting in the solfeggio frequencies to his electrolysis colloidal silver making, and literally a few of them start doing the Star in the Jar cavitation within the electrolysis, and they're also making these crazy cymatic plasmoids as well. It's the nuttiest thing, and I'm that's my goal, to get the signal generators like Mike has and like this guy has, and start doing those experiments, because it is absolutely nuts. And I just, something clicked in me saying I want to eat some of those sort of colloidals or plasmoids or plasmas or whatever the heck.
It's like, pure food. It's pure food.
Exactly.
It's the same as the 12 salts, and metal is a salt. You know, you're getting it to its pure form, which is your highest organized state as well. So it's absolutely no resistance, which is a beautiful way of thinking about it in terms of resistance. Yeah.
And that's like,
which is what I keep saying
with our current society, is that it's designed for maximum resistance in every sense, from electrical grid to conscious teachings and indoctrination.
That's why it's so inefficient. Why everything is so inefficient. Exactly. It's maximum resistance. It's just, It's funny, like a lot of things, people think they're getting energy. We're using a lot of energy that was put to make things as well, so it's because it hasn't finished that cycle. There's more energy in it. Same as like how we can actually get rid of waste. We can get rid of waste by creating a torus field and extracting the rest of the energy from it. It's as simple as that. So we can power things without waste, which is what I was talking about with biodigesters and stuff anyway. But it doesn't matter what the waste is. It can be biological or inorganic as well. So you just create the torus field, which is beautiful, like head lead scale and stuff.
I have to say here, Tom, this can actually be dangerous especially if it's green or blue when it's wearing off and you're taking it, because then you're not getting the monoatomic white plasma state silver. You're getting the oxidized and toxic particle of the heavy metals that way. So definitely don't do that. And sorry to interrupt you, Kalman. I'm going to play one more of the shorts quickly so we can both have a quick bathroom break and aka smoke break here. And this is one of the other amazing videos that Campbell has made, the shorts of us. So you guys are in for a little treat while we have a momentary bathroom smoke break.
And another coffee.
Exactly.
My grinding. It's a bit loud.
So this is the episode clips made from the episode with me, Mike Campbell, and when I had Ominous on, and it's an intro clip for the Science of Sound podcast that I'm going to be doing, which will also be one of the segments in the 48-hour stream. And this features Ominous, my good friend beatboxer, who is on my record label Up North Records.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about frequencies tonight, and we have a music artist on the show with us, and basically energy and music, and well, that's where it all started, with music and modulating music into electricity to basically make it into media that we have today. So frequency and music is a no-brainer. They go hand in hand.
The resonant frequency of the Earth is 432 hertz, and all music was written and played in 432, but it was changed in World War II by Himmler, I believe. It was behind it, and they changed it all to 440. So it's not in tune.
That's right. Yes,
with us and with nature and the Earth and all that. It's out of tune now.
And so the picture I have up right now is one of Walter Russell's, and it's showing the octave scale and how the octave scale goes through chemistry creation, through geometry, through sound, through light, and through color.
But I mean, it's always been one of those things I've never really focused on whenever I tried learning piano, like the black keys, why are they there? When you play them, they just seem like they just make you feel a certain way instantaneously. It's like a lot of things. It just that kind of connection, that kind of vibe, or whatever it projects, that you get it immediately in that speed.
With the black keys, it sounds like it's the ether more. It's a background subconscious sound or frequency. Like to do with dreams and the other realms, which is interesting because when you listen to music today, especially like the pop music, it's got a very heavy backbeat, right? We put you in a certain state where you're accepting with the backbeat, and then they sing all their lyrics into your mind, which is how they program you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Ooh, so that's like if you're resonating with the right harmony, you're getting like pumped up rapid consciousness or in dreamland. If you're resonating with the dark hole, you're getting sucked back down to like the upside down. No, thank you, Stranger Things.
If I'm doing certain sounds, sometimes like if I'm doing like breathing sounds or sounds with my throat, it depends. Like, but some of those frequencies do calm me down, and a lot of those frequencies can be used to trigger people to feel anxiety as well. And I think that happens a lot, and it's open to conspiracy and to interpretation on how people use those frequencies to really put people at a state of vulnerability, because music's very powerful in that kind of way that can shape even the most strongest of minds.
Yeah, it's subliminal. And also, it's the way I see it too is it's been used all throughout history. If you even goes back to the biblical times, when they crumbled the walls of Jericho, they used a certain tone and frequency as
trumpets.
a weapon, right? And we're doing it again today. We're coming up with ultrasonic weapons.
Vibrations is important. It's what makes people feel a certain way. It's what makes people, it could be used as a, they have specific things that can alter your mood based upon frequency. So, I mean, it's good to understand different aspects of sound, the very thing that everybody seems to be comfortable with when they hear something called music.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You don't be out of tune.
Think about that. Sound.
So, feeding dog, feeding puppy, putting a distiller on.
Open up the next one. That's
making another coffee.
All right, because 44 minutes and 44 seconds just isn't long enough to have a smoke, go feed
all the things.
Coffee.
All the things. I had to feed the puppy though too,
Exactly. The dogs need to eat.
Have to do all the things. I want to do all the things. I want everything. Call me Bubbles, darling. Everybody does.
It used to, but your pulse motor is the exact opposite, where it's like the most efficient now.
Yeah.
So is the pulse motor a DC motor?
It's a DC motor, yes. Yeah, it's a DC motor, but when you got it set up properly, you can. Yeah, you pulse it into that frequency of AC. And it's like I can run my pulse motor. I've had it as low as 120 milliamps, or 120 milliamps of power. That's like nothing. And I can get high voltage back EMF off at around 160 to 170 volts, right? So
pulsing it up. Sort of,
like when you get the back EMF coming off the coil, you're going to get these spikes. And when you get it right at the right frequency and the right resistance, you can get 160 volt spikes coming back. And that's what you capture. And when you capture it, you dump it into, a battery or dump it into a capacitor and then utilize it, for whatever you want to do, right? But as far as like efficiency wise, a pulse DC pulse motor is probably the most efficient motor you'll ever see. So as far as like the pulse motor is concerned, where everybody goes wrong with the pulse motor is they're not using a spark gap switch. Okay, and now in the spark gap switch, if you're utilizing it properly, it basically negates the lens law. Okay,
So what I believe that is right. It's you have that whole circuit in resonance with itself or very close to resonance, and then the spark gaps that you're adding in, Mike, are turning that circuit into an open higher circuit dimension endothermic reaction where it's taking the energy out of the environment, whether it's using radio waves, sound waves, or heat waves. It's taking some sort of that energy and then adding that into the amplitude of that resonance sequence.
Right, it's basically a voltage doubler. If you put, say, 2 spark gaps together, you're even going to get even more power coming out. So the more power you can add to the system from an exterior source like counter space, as you know, the spark gap is creating, that is basically what's going to save your dipole. You know, like this, you know, 100 years ago was unheard of. This would be like, you know, Star Trek stuff, right? And Tesla seen all this 100 years ago. You know what? Okay, he didn't have transistors and stuff, but he was using the spark gap. But he started realizing the spark gap, there was something really to this. That he was getting an excessive amount of power coming back through a spark gap. And that's why his earliest Tesla coils were all rotary spark gaps, because they were bringing in such a huge amount of potential into the system that, you know, at first he did not know, where is this power coming from? Was it coming from the antenna? Was it coming from the coil? Or was it coming from the spark gap? And he finally realized, you know what? It's really coming from the spark gap. Not all of it, but a great portion of the excessive amount of voltage that he was creating was coming through a spark gap. So he started figuring, you know what? There must be, you know, this power is coming from counter space. Because, you know, the Tesla coil, if you point a Tesla coil at another Tesla coil directly, and you put a neon bulb through it, and you got it at the proper frequency, there will be a black void that will show up in the neon tube where the 2 frequencies of longitudinal wave are hitting each other and creating this void. And that's counter space when you got 2 light sources hitting each other.
All right. Okay, I'm not back yet.
So close.
Oh, yes.
Still making your coffee though.
Okay, well, luckily I can load another. I'm trying to find the Red Mercury one that Campbell did because it's really bad arse.
That first one was really interesting with the sounds he's making and everything too. That's
ominous is just insane. He's been doing it for 20 years now, literally 2 decades. He's been.
Yeah, DC's more of a brute force of electricity, right? That's why it, you know, has its inefficiencies. Like it's good for small, you know, electronics.
It used to, but your pulse.
Come on. Aha. Paul Cook, you are coming on the show. No excuses. Get on here.
That's why they also call it vampire blood. Because it doesn't reflect in a mirror. It's scared of garlic and attracted to gold.
Why garlic?
Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's something to do with the acids in it. It must be.
Is the substance illegal?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like plutonium
if you
kind of
found
stuff.
with it, yeah, they'll at least take it off you if they don't throw you in jail.
Extremely illegal in Russia and the former Soviet Union.
Same with mercury. You know, the only thing here about mercury, oh no, it'll kill you. Don't go near it; it'll kill you. That used to be in everything. It's actually that they use these stories so that people won't investigate.
Exactly, right? Like, yeah, my dad and his generation in school in the 40s, 50s, like they were handling large amounts of mercury in their like science classrooms, right? And they never had mercury poisoning or anything of the sort. It's when it's oxidized and in the small nanoparticle state that you absorb it, and it can accumulate and become toxic. But any metal just in its metal state is not toxic at all, or in its plasma state, then it's in fact good for you if you're needing certain plasma fields entered into you.
Paul, come join the stream. Come on. We're already talking about you. You need to get on the stream. And it's not Cam, it's just myself and Callum. Cam was at the beginning. He was on, God, like 2 hours ago.
Sleeping or editing or interviewing. He's a busy man.
You don't even hit the video. Just talk. Just do your little moniker and then just talk with us. Like, Just hold your cell
Cool.
phone. We don't need to see you in your pajamas because you just woke up. You can talk to us while you're cooking.
We'll cook with you. Cooking with Paul Cook.
Right?
And for the next
Cooking with
episode.
Paul Cook.
Okay.
Come on, how good is that?
Hey, is it not perfect, Bernie? Because cooking is what? Cooking is alchemy, is it not?
It really is. It
really is.
Not a lot of people know
You know,
that or understand that, but it is.
One of my skills, because I had to learn chefing. But the thing was, I never worked as a chef or a cook or anything because I didn't want to lose. I didn't want to lose my excitement for food. Basically, all the jobs you do, you lose excitement. Well, that's what I do. I've only ever done something for 2 years. I lose the excitement, which means I've learned my lesson. I move on to learn another lesson. I do something else, learn a new skill. But it's funny, like now I eat so simply and efficiently that I don't do much 5-star. I mean, you know, at the end of making a 5-star bloody thing, it's all about having 20 pots and pans and it's crazy. And it's kind of high stress when it's all about the opposite usually. But I enjoyed it. So it wasn't about stress. It's really good for an OCD mind.
Right? So the OCD mind, I'm glad you brought that up. I was talking with a good friend of mine, Keith, and he's actually going to be helping me with doing some of the video editing and whatnot coming up. But he wants to do an episode with me on the OCD mind and how like all the star children, the Generation X, and like the millennials, how
do an episode on
so
an
many
autistic
of us have just come out OCD, and that it's like actually like a human evolutional trait to be able to keep up with this fast changing world where it's like I can literally have 5 computer screens on at once and be paying attention to all of them, but it's like that's the only way you're going to be able to like make money with crypto is to watch everything happening at once, or like with all the YouTube channels and taking in all the information or this and that. But it's like it's actually an adaptive benefit.
There's a natural order that comes from chaos as well.
Born like this 100 years ago with like the log cabin and farming and like nature, and it's like you wouldn't be able to survive when it's like the only way is to like write a letter that's going to take you freaking 2 hours and then like have to walk in and then ship it and like all the stuff where it's like it wasn't feasible, and they were like, you're the devil and we'll tie you up to a tree and burn you. And it's like now this is how you actually become a wizard. And
wait, you sunk. You're not the devil. You're not a witch.
Right?
You drowned yourself.
But what happens if I'm not a witch?
My mistake.
Well, then you'll burn to death, and God bless you. You're in heaven. Don't worry about the horrible pain and screaming and torture that you're about to endure. Witch, non-witch. I just said that because I was jealous that you slept with the other dude and not me. But you know, like, oh man, glad we've progressed just a little.
Jealousy, so selfish.
Hopefully, we don't go back to there with all this stupid polarization and division that is happening in the world today. Don't pick up the gun. Don't.
Oh yeah. What's David talking about there? Not OCD. That's more like ADD.
Oh, ADD. Sorry, I meant ADD.
Yeah.
I forgot OCD. I was thinking ADD.
Attention deficit disorder.
OCD is another equally important trait, though. It's the exact opposite. It's the inverse, but it's like you also need that to be able to get like the long absorption of things and not go into a million different things. And it's like you have to find what your own.
I'd argue where that disorder point is, you know, obsessive compulsive disorder, you know. Who's putting that line there? Who's declaring what's out of order? Because I would put it on a different scale where a little bit of OCD is what people see and consider as OCD. Like a very light version of it is very helpful, extremely helpful.
It's organized control, and they try to put it as disorder, but it's order. It should be ODO, where you have the mind of you're able to organize everything, and then it's like you'll get overwhelmed when things are like not in order and like there's just so much chaos, and then it's like, how am I going to put this all together? And that's what will like stress out the OCD mind or the ODO mind, because it's like you're all about bringing that chaos into the manifestation and making it whole and understanding the organization of the universe. Is that a correct interpretation?
I got caught by my name here. The hippie. Beagle. Yeah. I'm trying to work out what the other thing is. I think it might be corgi, maybe. There's like a little sawn-off shotgun. He's got little legs. So, where'd you get that from?
Yeah. So
chaos and order, like it's basic too when we break it down to those levels as well, because there's a natural order that comes out of chaos as well. If you put yourself into chaos and you develop naturally, you don't grab onto anything, you go inside, then there's the natural awakening, the natural order that will, the higher order that you will see, the pattern that you will see that will make everything.
Sorry.
Wilkinson. Yeah, it comes from Wilhelm, so that's actually will, desire, will, and helmet, protection. So it's protection of the mind. That's what I offer, is protection of your mind. Yeah,
literally, like
my first name Callum.
Wizard of it.
My first name Callum is Column. Why I smile every time someone's talking about columns.
I have to interrupt. So my moniker, like my stage name, if I ever do MC, was Column, COLUMB, because it's like I'm Column B, but they call me
Columbine.
B. But it's right, like
Columbus.
And you are the Column.
That's the same. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, well, Callum is the white dove as well. So Columbus, the white dove, the bringer of Christianity. Oh my.
Right? Oh,
but it's bringer of Christ, crystal. Christ all,
Christ consciousness is the way I
look
at it.
Which is order. Order.
Exactly.
Crystal is order. So that's that alignment, coherence. That's why I say alignment and realignments. Because basically all we're doing is realigning, which is realizing, same shit, When you realign something, when you realign and see the pattern, which allows you to realign your understanding, your knowledge, your truth, that you're realized, realigned.
Crystal consciousness into
liquid crystal. That's what we are. That's what we're talking about. All of this energy stuff directly relates to everything about you. That's why I like it so much. It's relatable to everyone.
Exactly.
When I look at people, like when I read people, I look at similarities and differences. I mean, that's all you do, right? And that's how you
judge. You can't judge. You can only read and then interpret their.
If you just allow yourself to see all the differences, all of the similarities, now you can see a pattern. And we are pattern recognizers. That's what we do. They're trying to make computers recognize patterns as well as we can. No, because it can only be linear as well. The computer. So, it's a model of us. A model of our mind. Which is unbalanced. Like their idea of this stuff is usually unbalanced to start with. Our idea of electricity in the mainstream is unbalanced to start with. It's 2, not 3. Why is there 3? You have to understand the 3.
Right?
The mercury.
Right, exactly. And then the vortex-based mathematics that comes with it, and the geometry of nature and the universe. I have a comment up here by John that Crow, which is crypto.com, might be pumping in crypto right now. And I own a little bit of it, but I literally, anytime I think of it, I actually resonate with feeling guilty because I know that it is owned by the Rothschilds. and it's like the only Rothschild owned crypto. It's the only crypto owned by the elites that is a direct money boarding to the crypto world. And it's like, I have to sell it and get rid of it because it's just like, what am I doing with that?
Are you adding value to that?
Right? Like,
In your
exactly.
own words?
Why am I contributing to the old system and these old, like, I have to let it go, and it's not worth any pump that it is.
Did you realize something there? You've realized,
like, and literally, it's like, Kate, my consciousness is telling me like this is wrong. Like, I can't be a hypocrite and talk about consciousness and resonating with things.
You felt
like,
it.
Go
You
online
resonated.
talking about all this and then like ignore my own inner truth of it being like,
Take your
hey,
own advice.
Bernie, why the hell do you own some Rothschild owned cryptos? Like, that's the whole reason you're getting out of it. And you can't be telling people how it's not evil and then go for the one evil one that is there. You freaking, So, and it's like, I have to just create a gate account. So then another issue is that it's a ERC20, which is Ethereum. And then there's the insane gas fees. So that like, I can't even sell it without spending like $300 on stupid gas fees. But now there's these other like bridge crypto exchanges that I will be able to get it on, and I can finally unload it, which is a good thing now that it's gone up 5x in the last 2 months. And then I will be like, good riddance, crow. And like, as if murder of crows is not speaking on its own of beware.
That's what I instantly thought.
Crow, right? It's
I'm
just like
Black Crow. What omen is that usually?
Right? Usually not a good one.
Why does Rockefeller choose Crow? Like,
right, exactly, right, like
all at everyone's feet.
Paul, what the flock was like, there is no coincidence. Like, read between the lines, hidden in plain sight. So I myself am going to be writing a white paper for crypto, and it's going to be called Alchemical Gold by me, the Crypto Alchemist, which will literally be transmuting digital bits and bytes into physical gold, where you will be able to stake this crypto, and it'll be like something like 4% annually, but you will be able to, as long as you pay the shipping fees, claim that 4% as physical gold. So you will be turning literal digital bits of bytes into physical gold, thus the ultimate crypto alchemist transmutation. Hello, Doc Michael. Welcome back. A Murder of Crows. Gary, loving it too, right? Can tell Callum's on rainwater. Please elaborate on that one. My other gold collection right now is seeds. Oh, yes, right. And that's something else I'm going to start trying to do is with my plasma, gold, silver, zinc, copper, colloidal waters to start experiments of seeds growing in the plasma water and seeds out of it. And we will, it'll be a do-it-yourself real science experiment that will prove to many the benefits of this colloidal plasma waters and how it gives exponential benefits to your health.
And like I'm saying with balances, like you can use this stuff for the quickest, easiest balancer for your body.
It literally instantly recharges and balances your aurora, your actual field strength, your own inner electromagnetic cellular field strength. It instant balancer. I'm glad you brought that up because that is actual
with mind waves as well. Like I'm saying with earthing, that will balance your mind waves. So will this instantly. Like it actually takes if you're away from earthing and you haven't done it for a while and you earth, it actually takes 15 minutes for that mind to balance, right? For those mind waves to balance. But with this, it's instant. Goes to show you something there, doesn't it? Yeah.
Right? Oh, exactly. And just like that is why it is so suppressed. And
can't have people thinking
changing the world, and they're having to claim that I'm putting pornography out to try to censor us. It's whatever.
It's a sick world.
That is the first thing I'm going to do when the stream ends, and I have to do that fairly quickly, is make sure that I be like, what the hell, YouTube? Call me a pedophile and suspend my channel. No. Give me that shit back. Man. So mad at that. Stupid freaking saboteur pedophiles. Anyways, let's get back to positive things. Callum, take it away with consciousness.
Sound.
Yes.
Expanding conscious awareness. And I always go like, what, how? You know, it's always about how for me, because I always hack stuff too. It's about the quickest, easiest way there, which is actually, if you think about it, that's nature. Nature's extremely efficient, you know. But it's a personal journey. It's a personal journey. Go at your own pace. Some people like to throw themselves out of an aeroplane. Some people do not. I wouldn't want to throw myself out of an aeroplane. I just think, why? But that's me. You can fly, but anyway, that's me. But yeah, everyone go because I like.
Because I'm literally the opposite, and I have gone skydiving 5 times, and I absolutely love it, and I'm going to be going again soon because. Personally,
this is why we're good balancing energies as well.
Right, and that's the thing though, is it's like I'm good with living vicariously for certain experiences through others, just as it's like you're more than happy to live through my experience of skydiving vicariously and do not need to do it yourself, because rationally thinking, it's like that's a perfectly good plane. Why the hell would I be jumping out of it? You know,
but I love to hear the story.
Exactly.
I love to hear that. Yeah. And that's where, I live vicariously through it. Yeah, it's not a fear thing though, because I don't fear anything. It's just interests are over here or whatever. It's not. I'm a moth following the flame.
Right, and I was so afraid of heights until I skydived, and it instantly cured it.
Okay.
And
right.
I was never afraid of heights again, and it's just the way we go.
Good.
I got rid of mine,
Still
I guess,
here.
through doing rock climbing and ascending and that sort of stuff. Campbell, hello.
He's back.
Yes.
You
Oh my
missed
God.
it. Paul of What the
The
Flock.
live streaming outlaws, man.
Every time, it's like as soon as you leave, somehow it's like Paul of What the Flock just wakes up and tunes in and is like, Campbell, no, just left again. And then once again, we have Paul Cook in the chat refusing to come on because he's cooking and he won't do Paul's cooking with Mr. Cook.
Oh, Paul. Oh my God. Jeez,
Paul,
I've done a meditation, been to the shops, had a healing session, and come back,
right?
and you guys are still going.
Fantastic. That's a lot. You've done a lot. I keep saying he's probably in an interview or sleeping or this or that. Heaps of stuff to do.
Oh my gosh. See, it's not my fault. People say, why are you on so many videos? I mean, it's not my fault. This is proof. Just go to check my channel and
I hijack his channel, and me and Callum just go for days.
What do you
and
do?
Go along with it.
Yes.
Did you get my email? They suspended my channel right after you left.
I did. Which channel?
Bernard Gonkin.
Your big one?
My main channel. And they claimed
is that what what are you streaming on now? Are you just on my channel now?
And my Crypto Alchemist channel.
Oh, okay.
Luckily, I have the backup crypto channel.
Yeah, Erica said there might be that she saw some picture flash up during that 50-hour stream, so I would delete that.
It came up that one time. It was a saboteur trying to come in and sabotage us with this porno, and it wouldn't even show the porno on my screen. It was Callum that's like, Bernie, why the hell are you letting this person on? That made me aware that the person had the porno on, and then I blocked them, and then they kept trying to come on every 12 hours with a different account. It was so messed up.
Oh, because they got the stream link and just kept popping in. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Bernie was
so
in a
on the next
channeling
one, we're gonna
rant,
have to be
and I'm
way
like,
more careful with the
"Hey!"
link and whatnot.
Bloody
And
hell, you got to be
just,
careful, man.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And it
Hello,
did stay up on
Calistoga,
you.
refriend, Brian,
The
Leon,
50
David,
hour
everyone else
didn't
who said
stay up
hello,
on your channel,
Michael,
did it? Like it automatically
Yoni.
deleted because it was so long?
What, on my channel or yours?
I think on all YouTube channels, doesn't it delete because it's so long, or does it stay up? Because if it stayed up on yours, then you should definitely remove that one because of that. Don't risk
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
strike.
just did. I saw your email,
Okay,
so
so
I
it
went
was
and
still up on
deleted
yours.
it. So,
Weird.
but yeah,
Huh.
it'll only take it off your channel. So that's the thing. But I mean, it's so dodgy, man. If you, I mean, I don't know, but people keep saying if you know where to look, that YouTube's full of that stuff anyway. So it's like, what?
Right? And that's the
It's not
thing.
like it's not like they're doing it to keep it clean. It's like they're literally doing it to get
Keep
people
it
like
dirty.
us off.
Sabotage and censor.
Bunch of
Keep it top.
bloody.
But hey, it's like, you're
Yeah,
speaking
I
truth,
mean,
and you've made it win.
yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing. Maybe that's where their revenue is really coming from. We keep wondering how they're going, and when they're kicking off the biggest channels, which you'd think is their biggest sort of source of income. Maybe their biggest source of income is actually somewhere else, right?
But it's not about the income.
Not that I'm saying anything, just YouTube.
Just for entertainment purposes.
Just throwing weird
gaming
ideas
to
into
me.
the air.
It's all about control. Control yourself.
about the
Control
C
your
word.
own mind. I always remind people when someone says placebo, remember nocebo. Remember the nocebo
It's
effect.
just the exact, perfect example of mind over matter and the power of projection, literally manifesting your dreams into reality, thought into reality. They just try to trick your mind or your consciousness into not believing in its own power by telling you it's placebo.
A thought can produce these chemicals within inside you. Oh my God, I didn't know.
And the other way, people have been, people have died because they've thought that there was one person thought they were trapped in an airless train cart, and I think other people thought they were poisoned, and they weren't, but they literally died from the poison. And the guy in this train cart, he got locked in the 50s or something, and he thought it was sealed, and they found him dead 2 days later. It wasn't. It just said, it was full of air, but he'd been writing on the wall, oh, the air's getting really thin, I'm getting so tired, and all this kind of stuff, because he thought himself to death. He thought there was no air.
Yeah. I just watched a video today. Mark Bajerski?
Yep.
Mark Bajerski. I watched a video he did today. He was relaying a story of an experiment that was done where someone was going to die on a death charge sort of thing, and they said, would you like to be part of an experiment? Can you? Yeah, and he went, yep. And what they did was blindfold him, and they said, we're cutting your wrists and you'll bleed out. That's, And so he agreed, and so they cut his wrist, but they only cut just enough so it didn't bleed. So he still got the effect. He's blindfolded, and then they got a tray and dripped the water on it, and then slowed down the drip until no drip, heart attack.
And
shows you the power of the mind. What's going on here?
That's such a cruel experiment, though, right? I mean, why wouldn't you get someone and go, guess what?
Most of them are.
We've just got this drug that will literally cure anything. It will make you live another 20 years. And we're the first people to be able to release it, and you just happen to be here. Can we put it in you? I mean, why don't they do that and see?
Well, they do.
Oh, God.
They do. I mean, they spin it quite a bit, don't they? They spin it quite a bit. It does this, it does that, and what they're doing is putting a poison. You're taking a poison in the end. So look how much it works. You know.
Yeah.
And that's
I might
what's
just
actually
start,
helping
like,
people is the belief. It's
yeah,
like it's the same as the whole
I'm gonna
virus
start
thing
a
as
new,
well.
health company. I'm just going to sell different coloured sugar balls. You know, one will be a
That's
cure
it.
for cancer. One will be the, you know,
Wait,
cure for
they do that already.
osteoporosis.
Sugar pills.
Yeah.
And you just make them
Why not?
different colours, bright colours.
Got to match the hair.
Smarties. Make them look like Smarties. Oh, people are trained into that. They'll take the Smarties. That's what it is. Antibiotics too. Look at antibiotics, and it's just like hundreds and
Against
thousands.
life.
It's horrific.
And
anti-life.
And
it's crazy.
Like, we've known about the placebo effect since the 50s, and widely since the late 70s, early 80s at least. But no,
how do they twist that?
No one remembers. No one remembers. Just, you know, swept under the carpet. No money to be made here.
They took the placebo. Everyone knows about it, but they don't know about it, right? They haven't thought about it. They haven't sat in meditation a little bit. Thought about, what does this mean for me? What does this mean for my body, my experience here? You know, because it means everything. It means the world, right? How powerful you are. Yeah, I want to control that, don't I? Well, then if I'm setting that, then I can control it. I'll do that then. And that's the key. That's the wisdom part, is that, well, I'll do that then. I'll put this into action. Righteous anger. What more? Action, right? Yeah, doing it.
Righteous anger, righteous action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking about that before too.
Saying knowledge unused is, I don't know, a waste. There's some saying like that.
If no one used it, was it even there? It's like the tree that falls in the forest. Did anyone hear it?
Yeah, that's the thing, you know.
Like, the tree heard it. What are you talking about? Like, I'm like, why do you think you're the only thing here?
Who was living
yeah, it's very selfish. It's like people think in terms of group consciousness and stuff as well. It's like, why do you think we're the only people here? Like, do you not see anything larger? Like we say, extraterrestrial. Do you not see anything larger? Do you not see a larger conscious awareness in that group as well? You just see these little groups, these little labels. But if you think that one little group is everything, you know, you're missing a lot, right? You're missing a lot at that point.
Which is the education system, right? You go in with your imaginary friends and imagining castles, and you're a princess or a knight in shining armor or something, or a Superman, and you go to school and you come out the other end believing that anyone who believes in something you can't see is an absolute idiot. And they're stupid, and you should just work and get a job, and oh my god, pay your taxes, boy. What are you doing?
Lock you in a mental ward and give you drugs that put you into a 2D consciousness.
And a lot of it is reality. It's not imaginary as well. It's just like when you're told that that's not real, you then think, oh, I imagined it up. So then it becomes the imaginary friend, right? And it's like, well, is it real or not? Have you asked that question of yourself? You know, it's like I was talking to someone today about dreams. And it's like, yeah, you get those vivid dreams. Yeah. And they're the real ones, aren't they? And it's like, yeah, they're like he remembered future dreams. Like, I'll see someone, a certain situation will happen, and then I will always see them the next day. That happens. And that happens quite a lot with people, with a lot of people, right? Where you'll see the next thing that next day as well. It's like, well, you just saw into the future because it's all now anyway. But you're doing that to yourself, you know.
Like, randomness can be extremely consistent for something that's random.
Exactly.
That's these what random events keep happening to me.
Coincidence. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's
Wow,
our proof
connection.
too. When it's not random anymore, you know, it's like what is proof? It's just experience, and like enough experience to convince you that something is true. That's the definition of proof, right? So it's that what we're doing, you know, go and prove everything. So you know, you might have a feeling, and then you go and you look, and you question, and you discover that's that process. Mm. And then, like you say too, because it's always you're removing things. You know, what are you removing from the statue? And I always say beliefs too. You are removing beliefs. You know, when things become real, like same as that dream. You know, people thought it was a dream until I questioned it and said, "Why are they vivid?" You know, and he's because I know they're real. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I don't need to tell you that. I'm just confirming that for you, and it's a confirmation.
Like the premonition,
like
the
proof.
foresight, the deja vu. It's like, no, you're not crazy. That like everybody has the basic psychic abilities. It's just they try to condition you to not believe in your own spiritual, magical side of existence. And that it is the power of projection, that once you believe that you can't do it, well, you can no longer do it because it doesn't exist in your physical reality, because you have boxed it out of your conscious perception and your conscious reality. And it's like, no, when you do something and it happens the next day, that's the universe telling you, hey, maybe you should pay attention to this when it happens. And like, listen to yourself,
like I was listening to
not
something.
the idiots on the tell lie vision.
Yeah. I was listening to something and they were talking about remote viewing and how to remote view. And they started off by saying, well, we all do it. We've all done it. You know, we've all had those flashes where you literally see something, right? And you're there, and then
you are doing it now, then, by the way. Yeah.
We're doing it now. I am doing it now. I'm remote viewing you because you're Darwin. But yeah, we do it all the time, but we discount it, you know. And say, oh, that's not true. Oh, that was just, oh, wow, that was just coincidence. Or that was, and yeah.
You can't do this.
Judgment, right?
This is not possible. That's a lot of it is this is not possible. So you don't even, when that moment presents itself to you, you can't see it for what it is and go, holy shit, that's just what I'm doing. I now have control over this because I do it. I just do it.
Well, in the end, everything's electrical impulses, really, isn't it? It's all signals, really. So it's all up to interpretation of the filters that it has to go through before it gets to your mind or your brain. So it's if you see a UFO, but UFOs are impossible, well, you'll probably just see a cloud or a star or something.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I questioned him. This dream, I sort of also questioned him and said, but was the environment the same? No, the environment's always a little bit different and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, so that's your filters. You got the image, you got the future, you got exactly how it was, but there were certain things that weren't a part of this, that were a part of the dream. And now it's nice to know what those are because they're they're your filters, they're your ego's filters, right? So you understand, you know thyself, you have that opportunity, right?
Sorry, I just have to mention quickly, I was putting a light onto this to illustrate how the top has all turned into a monatomic layer. And there was this chunk of carbon that was floating, and I knocked the bubbles off of it, and then it got stuck right in the middle. And it's caught in this electromagnetic field separation that is the line that in the alchemical salt, which is the saltwater jar of your electrolysis, the line in the middle. And there's always a polarized line that separates the two major fields in the electrolysis alchemy process. And it's just like the
is that oppositely charged?
They're oppositely
charged, are they?
Jared Pollock, I think, is the guy's name. He's out of Washington University, but he's created or the research and paper called Easy Water, the exclusion zone, and he measures the actual water charges everywhere in it, and the water literally becomes a battery with negative particles all along the sides, and then different layers of negative ions, and then everything else in it being positive, so that it's literally creating batteries. But yeah, so
which is a cell. A battery is a cell, like your body. That's how you understand a battery. How does a battery work? You've got a sodium pump too. You've got different salinities, and that's the cell.
So when that's stacking the different like salinities or waters, is that like conductive water and then dielectric and then conductive and then dielectric?
It's making it dielectric. Dielectric meaning like two like electrical sides, sort of thing.
Its conductivity changes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So it's making it that essentially. It's
again resistance too. That's the resistance
polarizing
where the resistance changes.
Giving it poles instead of just being one mono equilibrium field.
It's bizarre. It's interesting that so it goes in layers, though, not in orbs, you know, because normally fields work in circle orbs.
And I have to look into my old pictures and do the experiment, a couple of the experiments again. But I literally have some where there's like 9 different layers of straight particles. And then clear nothing, straight particles, clear nothing, straight particles, clear nothing. And they're going along with the wraps in my coil, where it's like something, nothing, nothing, something, nothing. Like
all gone.
They'll be spinning too in opposite directions of each other within them. And it destroys the convection current argument and all of these other things, and it's just straight self-organization, and it's crazy. Like I was like literally just staring at my little jars for like 2 years straight, and people are like, "Bernie's gone insane, and he's looking at buckets of rust. What the hell is going on?"
But that's what this is what the ancient wise alchemists and stuff used to do. They'd spend their whole lives staring at funny colored water, because clearly it's
given me a whole new perception and understanding of the witch's brew, and how they had to have like the leg of this, the tail of that, the iron cauldron and the copper spoon. Like that is actual Baghdad battery right there. That is the alchemical battery, and it's like, no, that's real science behind these fairy tales and legends that we're just taught to believe is children's tales.
It's just for kids.
Burn at the stake if you actually practice it.
Yeah,
and we lost our
this
sale.
Is the thing. We.
We're just talking about that with Paul. Yeah, Coxic.
Yeah. But this is a thing, like when if you were in an advanced civilization and you were young, say, and you saw all this stuff, free energy and levitating cars and whatever, and then there was a massive devastation and that civilization got destroyed, and 40 years later you've got kids and you're trying to explain to them what it was like when you were a kid, but if you didn't understand it, that's what you'd be telling them, right? You'd be making up these things that you were trying to explain them. So like the alchemist becomes a witch stirring a pot when it's really some guy doing electrolysis, and all these buildings become the place of God, right? because he's trying to explain, well, there was free energy there and people went there to get healed and you felt really good. And, you know, so this is the thing. So, I mean, I think history's been rewritten, but I think, you know, they kind of let it go along the path of the people who didn't know what was going on, you know, and let them create these stories and just, you know, promulgated that. And then just sort of change the books to try and match it a bit. Yeah, it can be very dangerous. Yeah, right.
That's so bad.
You set it up, you got it. You set it up.
What I've been thinking as well is like the stories of like the flying magic carpet and the flying broom. Literally, you rub those two together, you get static electricity, and that will levitate things. And right, and it's like, or the Viamana and the spinning plasma mercury, and
so
those are
I wonder what the
technologies.
The only
I
missing
wonder what the
thing
etymology
there
of the word broom is.
Which word?
We need Paul. We need Paul and his gematria.
Because it's one of those words,
You're gonna
like
have to go
it's the
back
same
and
as
watch
sweet.
the rest of the stream,
people
Campbell,
say
and
broom.
see Paul when he came on, showing all of his the words with the gematria and stuff with it. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I need to learn a bit more about that. I don't
mixing.
Yeah, I see a few channels and they put up different like phrases, and it's just like they're asking, like they just ask a question: is someone in the White House or something, and then they do the gematria and get numbers and say this, and I don't understand it. I'm like, what? So, I mean, I understand the basic gematria, I understand the basis of numbers, but when it gets into sentences and all this kind of stuff, it's like, I don't, that I don't
Paul was
understand.
doing the gematria just of like the root numbers and how everything was like everything that was related to Janus and like the official wordings all were the gematria adding up to 11, which was Janus's number.
Oh, if you say it once more, Paul will appear. You know
that. Which is also 2 as well. So breaking down to 11, there's also 11. There's also one more step, which is reducing them down to also 2. So, Janus is 2 as well.
Janus, yeah.
Well, all numbers.
Yeah, it's all numbers. So this is the whole thing, though. Like it's all given to us as it's something bad. Like even, isn't it? Like there's just this connotation. Oh, you can't. That's just all got to do with evilness, and it's just numbers.
Right? I see anything like that
to the Janus.
I see anything like that where it's
always.
Yeah,
this
me
is
as
bad.
well. I feel that. And my mom's name is Janice, and she was my doorway into this world. And all she does is work for like African charity and volunteers. And it's like my mom is the least evil person or spirit, and bless her soul, and giving birth to me and all that I try to contribute. So no Janice can be possibly evil in my reality. And everything in the universe is neutral in creation, and it's your own free will and perception on what you choose it to be and what you make of it yourself. And that's why how Isis was the most sacred, beautiful, spiritual word for thousands of years. And now, due to the television and the powers that shouldn't be distorting it into terrorism, 90% of the world is in fear of that sacred word, Isis.
And they use that to invert it. Like literally, they use that to show their butthole at the Isis, the goddess Isis. Paint her as a terrorist, and then on top of that, they use the whole story so they can go and blow up Petra, shoot bombs at ancient sites, and say, "See, look how bad they are."
I hate those extremists.
It's the same story over and over. Hello, puppy. Where's puppy? Buddy.
Hang on, puppy. We need puppy vision.
Oh.
That will also be like 3 hours of the 48-hour stream, just puppies.
They need puppy cam.
Puppies and kittens.
He needs puppy cam. Yeah. Strap a little GoPro. 10, 11 weeks. Oh, 4 weeks.
Okay. I love you all, but we are ending the stream.
He's in his first
44
jealous
seconds.
stage.
Okay. Do we have more to discuss, or we'll do it privately because it's going to be epic ending the stream in literally 34 seconds.
Oh, 4. Yeah, no, I'm all good.
All right.
I think less than 5 hours is good for a live stream.
Yes.
So thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for everyone who came on. Paul came on. Did anyone else come on? Thank you, everyone. Hello, Leon. I'm Hippie, Kelly, Ezra, Robert. We're going to disappear in 15 seconds. I'm going to be recording with Kelly again this week, so that'll be coming up.